Lesson 3 from Beginning Latin by John Edmund Bars. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Lesson 3. Interrogative sentences, adjectives. 25. Questions with ne. Declarative sentences in Latin may be made interrogative by adding the syllable ne to the most emphatic word. Thus, does Sulla fear Marius? Timet ne sulla Marium? A word so attached is called an enclitic. Observe that the does of the English is not translated. 26. Questions with nonne. When the question contains a non, the ne must be attached to that word. Thus, does not Sulla fear Marius? Nonne sulla Marium timet? The word to which the ne is attached generally stands first. 27. Exercise. Write using the principles explained in 25 and 26. 1. Have the lieutenants friends? 2. Do the friends see the gate? 3. Does not the girl see the gate? 4. Has not the town a wall? 5. Has not the lieutenant a friend? 28. Adjectives. Adjectives in Latin have endings which indicate their gender, number, and case. The gender, number, and case of an adjective must be the same as that of the noun which it modifies. Thus, nominative or accusative neuter singular, magnum oppidum, a large town. Nominative plural, multae portae, many gates. 29. Adjectives of the first and second declension. There are two classes of adjectives in Latin, adjectives of the first and second declension, and adjectives of the third declension. Adjectives of the first and second declension have endings as follows. A. The masculine endings are the same as those of masculine nouns of the second declension. B. The feminine endings are the same as those of nouns of the first declension. C. The neuter endings are the same as those of neuter nouns of the second declension. Review these endings as given in 19 and 20. 30. Exercise. Make a table like the following, putting in the blank spaces the proper forms of the adjective magnus, large, great. 31. Exercise. Copy the Latin of the following exercise. A. Adding to each noun its proper termination according as it is subject or object, singular or plural. B. Adding to each adjective its proper termination according to the rules given in 29. C. Adding to each verb the termination t, if its subject is singular, nt, if its subject is plural, and putting all verbs last in their sentences. The numbers under the nouns indicate the declension. Gender is indicated by the letters M, F, N, whenever it would not be clear from the rules given in 18 to 20 whether the word is masculine, feminine, or neuter. Has, habe, the large, magn, town, oppid, second neuter, many, mult, gates, port, first. 2. Many, mult, towns, oppid, have, habe, deep, alt, ditches, foss, first. 3. He, not expressed, give verb termination for singular subject, is besieging, oppugna, the same as besieges in Latin. The small parw, town, oppid, second neuter. 4. The lieutenants legat, second masculine, besiege, oppugna, few, pauk, towns, oppid, second neuter. 5. They, not expressed, give verb termination for plural subject. C. Vide, the high, alt, and et, long, long, walls, mur, second masculine. 32. Exercise. First learn the vocabulary. 1. Habetne Romanus gladium longum. 2. Magna oppida multas portas habent. 3. Puellae parvae fossam altam vident. 4. Nonne oppida altas et latas portas habent. 5. Parvum oppidum portas paucas et parvas habet. 33. Rule 3. An adjective agrees in case, gender, and number with the word which it modifies. End of Lesson 3 from Beginning Latin by John Edmund Bars.
Of the Greek Alphabet, from Elucidations of the Student's Greek Grammar by Georg Curtius. Read for LibriVox Learning Collection, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Of the Greek Alphabet. The separation of this first chapter, which treats the alphabet, from the second, which treats of the sounds, rests on the strict but sometimes neglected distinction between letters as such and the sounds of which they are the symbols. This difference, in itself so simple, must certainly be impressed upon the pupil. The ancient grammarians knew nothing of it. For instance, they divided the vowels into long, short, and intermediate, and in this way obtained 7 vowels in Greek: epsilon, omicron, eta, omega, alpha, iota, ypsilon, whereas, as a fact, there are no more vowels in Greek than in Latin, which is 5, a, o, e, I, u, or, if a difference is made between long and short, there are 10, a, o, e, I, u. The fact that in 2 cases only there is a separate symbol for the long and short sound is naturally of importance for the writing only, not for the sound. Nevertheless, down to the latest times, the greatest confusion has been caused, even by clever and learned men, because they have allowed themselves to be misled by the old method of writing in which I, as is well known, represents both the long and the short vowel, into the idea that in certain cases the long vowel could arise out of the short one. Thus, from the old method of writing Homeros, the conclusion has been drawn that the middle syllable of the word was once short. With equal reason, we might argue that every Latin I must have been originally short, because in Greek the symbol e continued to be used for the short vowel only. The distinction between long and short vowels is a fact of great antiquity in the Indo-Germanic languages, but the most of them never carried it so far as to use any different symbols at all for the long and short vowels, and the Greeks only in the case of epsilon and omicron. With regard to the accent also, it is important to distinguish between the sign, the need of which was first felt in Alexandrian times, and the tone signified, in order to eradicate the notion, which a pupil is very apt to entertain, that accentuation itself, and not merely the marks of it, is a vexatious and quite unnecessary addition to the Greek language. The pronunciation of t as th in Latin, before unaccentuated I, is here only quoted as a practice now current, without in the least intending to point it out as established or recommended. See Corson über Aussprache, Vokalismus und Betonung der lateinischen Sprache, 169. Of the many errors current in regard to the pronunciation of Greek, none is more totally at variance with the phonetic system of the language than the rendering of zeta by the hard combination z, which is common in the greatest part of Germany. Even in the middle of a word, this combination was carefully avoided by the Greeks, as for example in anyso for anyzo, and in kresi for krezi. And at the beginning of a word it would, without doubt, be more intolerable still. According to all that we learn from grammarians, the sound zeta is rather to be considered one of the very softest. It contained that weak sibilant which is found in German at the beginning of words before vowels, for example, sein, soll, and which can be just as easily distinguished from the similarly written sound in ist, as the French soft s in maison from the hard s in son. Being used to denote the weak sibilant exclusively in French and several Slavonic languages, this letter z is now frequently adopted in several works on the science of language as the common symbol of the weak sibilant. In Greek, this weak sibilant has in most cases arisen out of the palatal spirant yod. If, for instance, we compare the Greek Zeus with the Sanskrit name of the sky god Jaus, this d meets us just as plainly as in dia, which through an intermediate dja passes into Aeolic za, that is za. Zeta, therefore, which is shown by prosody to be a double consonant, must certainly be pronounced as z, that means d with a soft s. When in the Aeolic dialect we find sigma delta in the place of zeta, the change is due to metathesis of the two elements. In this way may be explained the modern Greek pronunciation, which has allowed the d to drop out and preserved the weak s only. For the origin of zeta, see further Grundzüge der griechischen Etymologie, 2, page 187 and the following. The lisping pronunciation of theta, like the English th, usual in modern Greek, has the advantage of marking the distinction between theta and tau more sharply, but is at variance with the nature of the old Greek theta, which is proved, Grundzüge 2, 10 and the following, to be a true aspirate. That means a sound compounded of t and h, chiefly by the easy change which takes place in many instances from t to t. Ant-u is anti-hu. Teteka for te-taker. By the old method of writing in Latin, thesaurus is thesauros, and by the evidence of Dionysius of Halicarnassus, De Compositione Verbi, caput 14, who speaks of prostheke to pneumatos, in German we may perhaps express chi and phi by ch and th, although they are certainly pronounced as k and p, to escape imposing upon ourselves too much that is foreign, but in the case of theta it is not advisable to accustom ourselves to a pronunciation which is foreign and also demonstrably of recent origin. End of the Greek alphabet by Georg Curtius. Pronunciation of vowels and diphthongs from Elucidations of the Student's Greek Grammar by Georg Curtius. Read for the LibriVox Learning Collection, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pronunciation of the vowels and diphthongs. I have treated the pronunciation of vowels and diphthongs at length in Zeitschrift für die österreichischen Gymnasien, 1852, page 1 and the following. This difficult question is often placed in an entirely false light by restricting it to the alternatives of modern Greek pronunciation on the one hand, and the Erasmian pronunciation with its numerous errors and corruptions on the other. It is better to put the question thus: how early do we find traces of the modern Greek method of pronunciation? At the same time, we must be careful not to take all the sounds together, but to examine each separately. The modern Greeks have, it may almost be said, entirely reversed the quantity of the vowels, and to a certain extent of the diphthongs also. To follow them in pronouncing eche like echi would render useless every attempt to make the ancient verses tolerable to the ear, and anyone who, like them, pronounces epsilon y as oi can form no intelligible conception of a verse like Odyssey 5:19, Pheron de Euenora chalkon. Nor can he understand why forms like pepaideuntai were possible, while others like tetypentai were avoided. With regard to the diphthongs, we have fixed terminus a quo in opposition to the terminus ad quem of modern Greek. As a rule, the history of these sounds begins with the distinct pronunciation of both the elements. In Greek, as in many other languages, it ends with compressing numerous double sounds into single ones. That the real diphthongal pronunciation of I, oi, ei was the oldest is the more certain because in Greek itself we find each of these double sounds proceeding from the amalgamation of the two elements, that is, in pais, compared with the Homeric pais, ois from Homeric ois, tereina from terenia. Equally certain is that even at a very early period the diphthongal pronunciation began to be lost. The only question is, how early did this take place? Was it so early that the diphthongal pronunciation was quite unknown in the works of the best period, or, on the other hand, so late that in using the monophthongal pronunciation we introduce an element of corruption into a period in which it had no place? Since there are good reasons for selecting one particular period, which can hardly be any other than the Attic, and since it would be very ridiculous in practice to have a separate Homeric and Attic pronunciation, the Attic age must necessarily be our standard. Within this period, which in round numbers reaches from 500 BC to 300 BC, the year 400 BC may fairly be chosen as a fixed point, not merely because it is halfway between the two limits, but because the new alphabet, made public in 401 BC, offers at least some footing in regard to the sound of the letters. In many languages, it is true, letters are retained from an old alphabet which in no way correspond to the existing sounds. But if an innovation in orthography becomes current, it is a priori probable that it is on the whole in close connection with the existing language. It is very improbable that the epsilon iota of the older alphabet began to be divided into epsilon iota and eta iota by public edict at a time when the distinction between the pronunciation of the two sounds was already obliterated, or that the new eta would have been introduced if the iota, which had already been long in existence, could have supplied its place. On the contrary, we may naturally suppose that the sound represented by eta was at that time such that it required a separate symbol, and that on the whole the new alphabet has handed down to us a picture of the language as it was spoken in Attica at the time when the alphabet was made public. Many difficulties, it is true, still remain. In many cases we cannot exactly prove how early the older pronunciation began to be laid aside. It is certain that alpha iota and epsilon iota were the first to change, and that as early as the Alexandrian period they were pronounced in some districts as ä and e. But it can hardly be proved that this corruption began as early as the Attic period. Perhaps, without being too bold, we may connect it with the violent changes which the Greek would underwent after Alexander. The mutual confusion of the different Greek races, the supremacy of the semi-barbarian Macedonians, the manifold contact with non-Greek, and especially Oriental nations, could not be without an influence on the sound of the language. There is nothing whatever to prove that the corruption existed earlier, and as it is an advantage, from a practical point of view, to draw distinctions wherever sufficient data for them are to be found, the rule laid down in Section 8 with regard to the pronunciation of diphthongs, that both elements should receive their proper value, as far as possible, may in general be recommended with certainty. Remark: if anyone considers this impossible, I advise him to request a Bohemian schoolmaster to pronounce the diphthongs. There, and as I believe in Austria generally, where owing to the intersection of different nation and stocks, the vocal organs are more pliable, this rule is fully carried out, whereas in other provinces of German civilization the greatest mistakes have crept in. End of remark. Alpha iota, therefore, is not to be confounded with eta. Gottfried Hermann, De Emendanda Ratione Grammaticae Graecae, page 51, recommends a pronunciation midway between a and e, sharper than ä. This advice has not been followed in Germany, but eta in alpha iota, for example in mnämon and daimon, are still pronounced the same. In any case, those who render alpha iota by ä must also render epsilon iota by e, for there is no probability whatever that corruption set in earlier in the one case than in the other. It is useless to appeal to the Latin transcription in support of this pronunciation, because it is certain that AE, the Latin representative of Greek alpha iota, which was originally written, and without any doubt pronounced as a diphthong, was carefully distinguished from E by educated Romans even down to Varro's time. Corson, Aussprache des Lateinischen 1, 194. The monophthongal pronunciation of alpha iota has at least the authority of the later Greeks from Alexandrian times, and of many scholars. But the ordinary pronunciation of epsilon iota as a broad German I is quite absurd and utterly baseless. In German, I is in sound undistinguishable from I. Weiser, for instance, rhymes with Kaiser. See Rumpelt, Deutsche Grammatik 1, page 36. And therefore it evidently contains the elements of a and e. But in regard to the Greek epsilon iota, there is not the slightest probability, either from the origin of the diphthong, which arises out of epsilon and iota, or from the transliteration of the Latins, who sometimes used e, sometimes I, or from the sharpening into I which began to be common from 300 to 200 BC, that the alpha sound was ever heard, or that epsilon iota and alpha iota had the same sound, or that epsilon iota was pronounced as alpha iota while alpha iota became ä. We may maintain with the greatest certainty that ainai or ainä never represented the sound of the Greek einai. Gottfried Hermann saw this. De emendanda ratione, page 53, he says, diphthongum ei male pronunciari plena voce, ut Germanicum ai aut Britannorum ai longum, vel Latina lingua docere potest, quae istam diphthongum nunc in e nunc in i mutat. Ex quibus merito colligi videtur diphthongi ei sonum fuisse medium inter epsilon et iota, eodem modo ut in quibus tam Germaniae regionibus ai pronunciatur. Remark: in Swabia, on the lower Rhine, for example, in the word Rhein, and in northwest of Moravia, and probably in many other districts of Germany also, a real diphthong a occurs, clearly distinguished from I, in such a manner that I and E are distinctly perceived. It is no very difficult experiment to accustom the young pupil to this sound. End of remark. If there is little reason to follow the modern Greeks in the pronunciation of alpha iota and epsilon iota, there is obviously even less reason still to follow them in pronouncing omicron iota as e. Nothing is more certain that omicron iota became sharpened into e farther later than epsilon iota or even eta. Liscovius, in his tract on Greek pronunciation, Leipzig, 1825, which contains much that is still useful, refers, page 140, to the various orthographical rules which have come down to us from the old grammarians. He mentions the Erotemata of Basilius Magnus, page 594, 4th century after Christ, where among other rules the following occurs: Parsa lexis aputes q syllabes archomenae dia tu psylo graphetai plen tu koilon. The rule would be false if q were pronounced like ki, because in that case exceptions like kitaris, kis, kisos, kechano, kion, and many others ought to have been quoted. Similarly, in the epimerismata, which have come down to us under the name of Herodian, and in the etymologists, for example, Etymologicum Magnum, page 289, 11, ta eis yx hapanta dia tu psylo graphetai plen tu proix. This case is especially instructive on account of the great number of words in iota xi. R. J. A. Schmidt has collected a great number of such facts in his Beiträge zur Geschichte der Grammatik, page 73 and the following, and deduces from them an explanation, undoubtedly correct, of the terms epsilon and ypsilon, that is, that psilon here means bear, in opposition to the diphthongal method of writing alpha iota and omicron iota. For this reason also, these terms first arose at a time when epsilon, hitherto named a, and ypsilon, hitherto y, were no longer distinct in pronunciation from alpha iota and omicron iota. Schmidt rightly refers to the alphabetical arrangement in Suidas to the same principle. Isolated instances of a similar arrangement are found also in the Etymologicum Magnum. Doidyx, for instance, stands after dryphactos, and then after a number of words beginning with doi follows duo. Although rules and usages of this kind were transferred from older collections into these later ones, it is not likely that they were borrowed without any alterations, unless at the time when the Etymologicum Magnum was compiled, that is, as is commonly supposed, in the 11th century. Omicron iota was regarded as phonetically identical with y, but as distinct from iota, epsilon iota, eta, which at that time were one and the same sound. Such being the state of the case, two results follow. 1. Those who pronounce y as iota follow a system of pronunciation which certainly did not exist in the 4th and probably not in the 11th century A.D. 2. That it is a great mistake to conclude from the Latin transliteration of omicron iota by OI that omicron iota had the sound of a German Ö, as K. W. Krüger, among others, maintains, section 44, A1. Omicron iota in the 4th century A.D. was pronounced as y. The latter, therefore, according to this theory, must also have been pronounced as ö, which, in spite of certain mutual changes between the sounds, no one will maintain, and which is more conceivable because Quintilian (1210-27) expressly says that y sound was wanting in Latin. The Latin OE, the identity of which with the German Ö is by no means certain, like AI, only represents the Greek omicron iota, because it is the successor of the older diphthong with I. When Oinomaus was written, Mommsen Corpus Inscriptionum number 60, both sounds of the diphthong were certainly pronounced, and if OE had been like German Ö, it could hardly have given rise to U, oitier, uti, poena, punio. The history of the Greek omicron iota is therefore as follows. At the time of the general corruption of the diphthongs, it passed into Ü, and then by a later change into I. All these deteriorations of the diphthongs meet us first in the Boeotian dialect, which even in classical time replaced alpha iota with eta, epsilon iota with iota, and omicron iota with ypsilon. Opheilete, imi, thys, Arens, Aeolica 191. Besides, even in modern Greek, acute observers find delicate distinctions between the several iota sounds, and quite unmistakably remains of older sounds in several words. Thiersch, Griechische Grammatik, 4th edition, section 7, remark, Ernst Curtius, Göttingischer Anzeiger, Nachrichten, 1857, number 22. A further objection to the itacistic method of pronunciation, which reduces all to one level. As distinguished from omicron iota, which in sound was not far removed from the English oi, epsilon y must be pronounced so that the sharper epsilon may be heard before the ypsilon. This is the regular pronunciation of the German oi in Mecklenburg, whereas the common mode of pronouncing this diphthong identifies it with oi or even with ai. The Bacchic exclamation eioi may serve as a warning against the confusion of epsilon iota and omicron iota. Aiei and zoiei against the confusion of alpha iota and epsilon iota, epsilon ypsilon and epsilon iota. Two main proofs may be cited of the strict monophthongal pronunciation of omicron ypsilon. 1. In the Boeotian dialect, omicron ypsilon represents even the short u sound, for example, cunes. Second, the Latin never made the attempt to write this obviously merely graphical diphthong with two letters, although it would have been very easy for them, having in earlier times the diphthong o, to do so. It is true that omicron ypsilon in certain cases corresponds etymologically to a diphthong, for example, bus is Sanskrit gaus. Yet the sound must have been simple at a very early period, and only when the letter ypsilon became fixed for ü were the Greeks, like the French in modern times, compelled to denote the simple vowel by combining the symbols of the sounds, which to some extent denote the limits between which the vowel in question lay. In opia fecerunt, says even Nicridius Figulus in Aulius Gellius, Noctes Atticae 1914. That E subscriptum had ceased to be sounded as early as Strabo's time, contemporary with Augustus, is clear from 14, page 648. Inscriptions belonging to a period even earlier present considerable variation in writing or omitting it, though it may have been sound in the best period, but it would be difficult to express it with our northern organs of speech. End of Pronunciation of Vowels and Diphthongs by Georg Curtius.
Conversations 1 through 14 of Easy Conversations in French by Gustave Chouquet. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Conversation 1. Conversation 1. With a little girl. Avec une petite fille. Come here, my child. Venez ici, mon enfant. Here I am, sir or madam. Me voici, monsieur ou madame. What is your name? Quel est votre nom? My name is Mary. Mon nom est Marie, ou je me nomme Marie. A pretty name. Un joli nom. It is my mother's name. C'est le nom de ma mère. Indeed. En vérité. Yes, madam, miss, or sir. Oui, madame, mademoiselle, ou monsieur. Tell me, my dear child, what is your age? Dites-moi, ma chère enfant, quel âge avez-vous? I am 8 years old. J'ai 8 ans. How long since? Depuis quand? Since last week. Depuis la semaine dernière. You are very tall for your age. Vous êtes très grande pour votre âge. Not so tall as my sister. Pas aussi grand que ma sœur. Ah, you have a sister? Ah, vous avez une sœur? Yes, sir, miss, or madame. Oui, monsieur, mademoiselle, ou madame. How old is your sister? Quel âge a votre sœur? She is 10 years old. Elle a 10 ans. Do you love her much? L'aimez-vous beaucoup? Oh, I love her with all my heart. Oh, je l'aime de tout mon cœur. You are right. Vous avez raison. She is so good to me. Elle est si bonne pour moi. As good as your mother? Aussi bonne que votre mère? It is not possible to be as good as my mother. Il n'est pas possible d'être aussi bonne que ma mère. Well said, my child. No love is equal to that of a mother. Bien dit, mon enfant. Aucun amour n'est égal à celui d'une mère. Conversation 2. Conversation 2. With a little boy. Avec un petit garçon. Who is this little boy? Quel est ce petit garçon? It is I, sir. C'est moi, monsieur. Who are you? Qui vous? I, Charles. Moi, Charles. Why do you come here? Pourquoi venez-vous ici? To become learned. Pour devenir savant. You wish to become learned? Vous voulez devenir savant? Yes, sir, a learned man like papa. Oui, monsieur, un savant comme papa. What do you know already? Que savez-vous déjà? Nothing at all. Rien du tout. How? You do not know how to read? Comment? Vous ne savez pas lire? No, sir, I do not know how to read. Non, monsieur, je ne sais pas lire. You do not know how to write? Vous ne savez pas écrire? No, sir, I do not know how to write. Non, monsieur, je ne sais pas écrire. How old are you? Quel âge avez-vous donc? I am 7 years of age. J'ai 7 ans. You have lost much time already. Vous avez déjà perdu beaucoup de temps. It is what Papa says. C'est ce que Papa dit. And he sends you to school? Et il vous envoie à l'école? Yes, sir. Oui, monsieur. To study there? Pour y étudier? To learn how to read and write. Pour apprendre à lire et à écrire. In order to become a learned man? Afin de devenir un savant? Yes, sir, a learned man, like yourself and Papa. Oui, monsieur, un savant comme vous et comme Papa. Conversation 3. Conversation 3. Leaving for school. Le départ pour la pension. What o'clock is it, mother? Quelle heure est-il, mère? It is 8 o'clock. Il est 8 heures. Is it time to leave for school? Est-il temps de partir pour la pension? Not yet. Pas encore. How long does it take to go to school? Combien de temps faut-il pour aller à la pension? About a quarter of an hour. Un quart d'heure à peu près. At what time do the classes begin? À quelle heure commencent les classes? At 9 o'clock. À 9 heures. Do they finish before 5 in the afternoon? Finissent-elles avant 5 heures de l'après-midi? They are out at 2:30. Elles finissent à 2:30. What shall I learn in school? Qu'apprendrai-je à la pension? To love your father and mother and always to obey them. À aimer ton père et ta mère et à leur obéir toujours. Oh, dear mother, I love you and I love Papa also, with all my heart. Oh, chère maman, je t'aime et j'aime aussi Papa de tout mon cœur. But you do not always obey us. Mais tu ne nous obéis point toujours. Henceforth I will obey you. Dorénavant je vous obéirai. Will you obey your teachers also? Tu obéiras aussi à tes professeurs? Yes, mother, I promise you. Oui, mère, je te le promets. Very well. Now go to your school. Très bien. À présent, pars pour ta pension. Conversation 4. Conversation 4. Preparing for study. Préparatifs d'études. Sir, will you give me some paper, if you please? Monsieur, voulez-vous me donner du papier, s'il vous plaît? What have you done with yours? Qu'avez-vous fait de vôtre? I have lost it. Je l'ai perdu. I see that you are always careless. Je vois que vous êtes toujours étourdi. Will you have the kindness also to give me a sheet of letter paper? Voulez-vous aussi avoir la bonté de me donner une feuille de papier à lettres? What for? Pourquoi faire? To write a letter to my father. Pour écrire une lettre à mon père. Do you wish ruled paper? Voulez-vous du papier réglé? No, sir, it is useless. I have a rule and a pencil. Non, monsieur, c'est inutile. J'ai une règle et un crayon. If you rule your paper yourself, take care to rule it straight. Si vous réglez vous-même votre papier, ayez soin de le régler droit. I will not fail to do so. Je n'y manquerai pas. Are you in need of anything else? Avez-vous encore besoin de quelque chose? Yes, sir, of a grammar and a dictionary. Oui, monsieur, d'une grammaire et d'un dictionnaire. What has become of yours? Que sont devenus les vôtres? I do not know, sir. Je ne sais pas, monsieur. Nor I either. Ni moi non plus. Perhaps I will find them again. Peut-être les retrouverai-je. Then look for them first. Cherchez-les donc d'abord. That is what I am going to do. C'est ce que je m'en vais faire. Go and try to finish promptly your preparations for study. Allez, et tâchez de terminer promptement vos préparatifs d'études. Conversation 5. Conversation 5. The blackboard. Le tableau noir. What are you going to write on that board? Qu'allez-vous écrire sur ce tableau? We are going to write the translation on it. Nous allons y écrire la traduction. What translation? Quelle traduction? A translation from English into French. Une traduction d'anglais en français. Is that board used only for translations? Ce tableau sert-il seulement pour les traductions? We use it also for dictations. Il nous sert aussi pour les dictées. What do you write on it with? Avec quoi écrivez-vous dessus? With chalk. Avec de la craie. Have you often words to erase? Avez-vous souvent à effacer des mots? Pretty often. Assez souvent. How do you erase them, with your fingers? Comment les effacez-vous, avec vos doigts? Fie, that would not be clean at all. Fi, cela ne serait pas propre de tout. How do you manage, then? Comment vous y prenez-vous alors? We have a sponge. Nous avons une éponge. I understand. You use that sponge. Je comprends. Vous vous servez de cette éponge. Yes, sir, to erase the exercises when they have been corrected. Oui, monsieur, pour effacer les exercices quand ils ont été corrigés. So that you do not soil your fingers? En sorte que vous ne vous salissez pas les doigts? Not much. Pas beaucoup. Enough, however, to make it necessary to wash one's hand afterwards. Assez cependant pour qu'il soit nécessaire après cela de se laver les mains. That is true, sir. C'est vrai, monsieur. Conversation 6. Conversation 6. Coming from school. Le retour de la pension. Mother, here I am, just returned from school. Mère, me voici revenu à l'instant de la pension. Well, my child, have you behaved, or did you behave well? Eh bien, mon enfant, t'es-tu bien conduite? Quite well. Tout à fait bien. What have you learned, or did you learn? Qu'as-tu appris? A great many things. Beaucoup de choses. Have you taken, or did you take a writing lesson? As-tu pris une leçon d'écriture? Yes, mother, and a reading lesson, too. Oui, mère, et une leçon de lecture aussi. Did you write large hand or fine hand? As-tu écrit en gros ou en fin? I have written 2 pages of large hand and 3 pages of fine hand. J'ai écrit 2 pages de grosse et 3 pages en fin. Do you use quills or steel pens? Te sers-tu de plume d'oie ou de plume de fer? I use goose quills to write large hand and steel pens to write fine hand. De plume d'oie pour écrire en gros et de plume de fer pour écrire en fin. Does your master find that you read well? Ton maître trouve-t-il que tu lises bien? He told me not to read so fast. Il m'a dit de ne pas lire si vite. and to pronounce more distinctly? Et de prononcer plus distinctement? Yes, mother, and also not to speak through my nose. Oui, mère, et aussi de ne pas parler du nez. Do you understand all the explanations of your teachers? Comprends-tu toutes les explications de tes professeurs? Without any trouble, they are so clear. Sans peine aucune, elles sont si claires. I am very glad of it. J'en suis bien aise. Mother, do you know the lesson I like the best? Mère, sais-tu la leçon que j'aime le mieux? Arithmetic, I suppose. L'arithmétique, je suppose. No, I do not like addition, and subtraction still less. Non, je n'aime pas les additions, et les soustractions encore moins. Geography, then? La géographie, alors? No, it is not geography. Non, ce n'est pas la géographie. What is it, then? Qu'est-ce donc? You do not guess? Tu ne devines pas? Is it spelling and orthography? Est-ce l'épellation et l'orthographe? Not at all. Pas du tout. Is it French? Est-ce le français? You have said it. Tu l'as dit. And why this preference? Et pourquoi cette préférence? Because I can tell you now in 2 languages, Mother, you are good and I love you. Parce qu'à présent, je puis te dire en 2 langues, Mère, tu es bonne et je t'aime. Conversation 7. Conversation 7. On rising. Sur le lever. Do you rise early? Vous levez-vous de bonne heure? Very early. De très bonne heure. At what o'clock? À quelle heure? At 6 o'clock in the morning. À 6 heures du matin. Winter as well as summer? Hiver comme été? Yes, sir, in winter as well as in summer. Oui, monsieur, en hiver comme en été. How long are you in dressing? Combien de temps passez-vous à faire votre toilette? 3/4 of an hour or an hour. 3/4 d'heure ou une heure. So long as that? Si longtemps que cela? Oh, that is not too much. Oh, ce n'est pas trop. Do you then take a bath every morning? Vous prenez donc un bain tous les matins? Not a bath, but a shower bath. Pas un bain, mais une douche. A warm or cold shower bath. Une douche tiède ou une douche froide? A cold shower bath, of course. Une douche froide, cela va sans dire. And do you feel the better for it? Et vous vous en trouvez bien? Indeed I do. My father says it is excellent for one's health. Parfaitement. Mon père dit que c'est excellent pour la santé. Do you dress yourself all alone? Vous habillez-vous toute seule? Yes, I am my own valet, or my own waiting-maid. Oui, je suis mon propre valet, ou ma propre femme de chambre. You are right. One must get used to do without a servant. Vous avez raison. Il faut s'accoutumer à pouvoir se passer de domestique. Only my mother curls my hair. Seulement, ma mère me boucle les cheveux. I am no longer astonished that it is always so well curled. Je ne m'étonne plus s'ils sont toujours si bien frisés. Conversation 8. Conversation 8. Before breakfast, avant le déjeuner. Do you hear the bell? Entendez-vous la cloche ou la sonnette? Yes, it is the breakfast bell. Oui, c'est la sonnette ou la cloche du déjeuner. What o'clock is it then? Quelle heure est-il donc? It is 7:30. Il est 7:30. I did not think that it was so late. Je ne croyais pas qu'il fût si tard que cela. Are you hungry? Avez-vous faim? I have a great appetite. J'ai grand appétit. So much the better. I have a good appetite, too. Tant mieux. J'ai bon appétit aussi. Do you know what we have this morning? Savez-vous ce que nous avons ce matin? No, I never concern myself about what is given us to eat. Non, je ne m'occupe jamais de ce qu'on nous donne à manger. Nor I either. Ni moi non plus. I am sure, at any rate, that the breakfast will be good. Je suis sûre, par exemple, que le déjeuner sera bon, and that we will honor it, et que nous allons y faire honneur. It is my intention. C'est mon intention. Well, do you come into the dining-room? Eh bien, entrez-vous dans la salle à manger? In a moment. Dans un moment. Why not immediately? Pourquoi pas tout de suite? Because I want to go up to my room. Parce que j'ai besoin de monter à ma chambre. What for? Pourquoi faire? To wash my hands. Pour me laver les mains. Are they dirty already? Sont-elles déjà sales? Yes, I soiled them just now in the garden. Oui, je les ai salies tout à l'heure dans le jardin. Go up to your room, then, and make haste. Montez donc vite à votre chambre, et faites promptement. I shall be down again in a minute. Je redescends dans une minute. Go, we will wait for you. Allez, nous vous attendrons. Tell them, on the contrary, to begin without me. Dites au contraire qu'on commence sans moi. Conversation 9. Conversation 9. Breakfast. Le déjeuner. Have we a good breakfast this morning? Avons-nous un bon déjeuner ce matin? An excellent breakfast. Un déjeuner excellent. What is there? Qu'y a-t-il? Soft-boiled eggs. Des œufs à la coque. Is there no omelette? Il n'y a pas d'omelette? I think not. Je ne pense pas. Do you know whether we have any meat? Savez-vous si nous avons de la viande? We have mutton chops. Nous avons des côtelettes de mouton. Nothing but mutton chops? Rien que des côtelettes? There is, besides, beefsteak and cold chicken. Il y a en outre du beefsteak et du poulet froid. Well, I see we will have something to choose from. Allons, je vois que nous aurons de quoi choisir. They are going to bring some fish also. On va apporter aussi du poisson. Fresh or salt fish? Du poisson frais ou du poisson salé? Salt mackerel or salmon, I believe. Du maquereau ou du saumon salé, je crois. So much the worse. I would have preferred fresh fish. Tant pis, j'eusse préféré du poisson frais. Ah, here are some buckwheat cakes. Ah, voici des crêpes de farine de sarrasin. Do you eat them with sugar or with molasses? Les mangez-vous avec du sucre ou avec de la mélasse? With sugar and butter. Avec du sucre et du beurre. That's not bad. Cela n'est point mauvais. Do you wish a cup of tea? Voulez-vous une tasse de thé? No, I thank you. Non, je vous remercie. Then you will take a cup of coffee? Vous prendrez alors une tasse de café? Willingly. A little more milk, if you please. Volontiers. Un peu plus de lait, je vous prie. Is this enough? Est-ce assez? Quite right. You like chocolate, I see. Fort bien. Vous aimez le chocolat, à ce que je vois. Yes, I prefer it to tea and coffee. Oui, je le préfère au thé et au café. Have you finished? Avez-vous fini? I am at your service. Je suis à votre disposition. Let us go now and take a walk. Allons maintenant faire un tour de promenade. Conversation 10. Conversation 10. The schoolroom. La salle d'études. Come, my child, tell me whether your schoolroom is large. Voyons, mon enfant, dites-moi si votre salle d'études est grande. It is very large, I assure you. Elle est fort grande, je vous assure. How many scholars can it contain? Combien d'élèves peut-elle contenir? I do not know exactly. Je ne sais pas exactement. 30 or 40? 30 ou 40? More than that. Plus que cela. 50? 50? Yes, sir, 50 at least. Oui, monsieur, 50 au moins. That is a great many. Is it well lighted? C'est beaucoup. Est-elle bien éclairée? Very well, by 7 or 8 windows. Fort bien, par 7 ou 8 fenêtres. Do you sit on benches? Êtes-vous assise sur des bancs? On wood benches or straw chairs. Sur des bancs de bois ou sur des chaises de paille. What do you have before you? Qu'avez-vous devant vous? A desk, un pupitre. What do you put in your desk? Que mettez-vous dans votre pupitre? We put our books, copybooks, and slates in it. Nous y mettons nos livres, nos cahiers, et notre ardoise. Are those desks fastened with a key? Ces pupitres, ferment-ils à clé? No, sir, they always remain open. Non, monsieur, ils restent toujours ouverts. Why do you not shut them with a padlock? Pourquoi ne les fermez-vous pas avec un cadenas? Because it is entirely useless. Parce que c'est tout à fait inutile. Then you never hide anything wrong in your desk? Ainsi, vous ne cachez jamais rien de mal dans votre pupitre? Never. Jamais. And do all the scholars behave as well as you? Et tous ou toutes les élèves se conduisent aussi bien que vous? All, without exception. Tous ou toutes, sans exception. That's what gives me a desire to visit your schoolroom. Voilà qui me donne l'envie de visiter votre salle d'études. Conversation 11. Conversation 11. Recreation. La récréation. At what o'clock is it recreation? À quelle heure est la récréation? At noon. À midi. How long does it last? Combien de temps dure-t-elle? Half an hour. Une demi-heure. How do you employ it? À quoi l'employez-vous? In amusing ourselves. À nous amuser. But how do you amuse yourselves? Mais à quoi vous amusez-vous? In running, jumping, and playing. À courir, à sauter et à jouer. What games do you play? À quels jeux jouez-vous? All sorts of games. À toutes sortes de jeux. With the spring ball, I suppose? À la balle élastique, je suppose? Sometimes, but oftener with hoops. Quelquefois, mais plus souvent au cerceau. Do you jump the rope? Sautez-vous à la corde? Not for some time. Pas depuis quelque temps. What is your favorite game just now? Quel est votre jeu favori en ce moment? I play at marbles. Je joue aux billes. Have you marbles? Avez-vous des billes de marbre? No, they are all of agate. Non, elles sont en agate. And is your hoop made of wood or iron? Et votre cerceau est-il en bois ou en fer? I have a wooden and an iron one. J'en ai un en bois et un en fer. Which rolls the best? Lequel roule le mieux? The iron hoop. Le cerceau de fer. Do you never play at racket? Ne jouez-vous jamais à la raquette? That's not a boy's game. Ce n'est pas un jeu de garçon, cela. It is true, it is more of a game for young ladies. C'est vrai, c'est plutôt un jeu de demoiselles. Yes, so is that of graces. Oui, comme les grâces. I see you do not like young ladies' games. Je vois que vous n'aimez pas les jeux de demoiselles. I beg your pardon. I am very fond of playing hot cockles, blind man's buff, and innocent games, forfeits. Je vous demande pardon. J'aime beaucoup jouer à la main chaude, à colin-maillard et aux jeux innocents. Conversation 12. Conversation 12. After recreation. Après la récréation. How warm you are! Comme tu as chaud! Yes, mamma, I am all in a perspiration. Oui, mamma, je suis tout en sueur. What have you done to make you so warm? Qu'as-tu fait pour avoir si chaud que cela? I have enjoyed myself very much, I assure you. Je me suis bien amusée, je t'assure. With whom? Avec qui? With my schoolfellows. Avec mes camarades. What have you played together? À quoi avez-vous joué ensemble? We have been running. Nous avons couru. You will get sick by running so. Tu gagneras de mal à courir ainsi. Oh, no, mamma, I am going to change my clothes. Oh, non, mamma, je vais aller me changer. Go directly. Vas-y tout de suite. Yes, mother, I am going up to my room. Oui, mère, je monte à ma chambre. Shut the windows of your room. Ferme les fenêtres de ta chambre. Do not fear, mother, I shall not catch cold. N'aie pas peur, mère, je ne gagnerai pas froid. Make haste. He or she comes back 10 minutes after. Dépêche-toi. Il ou elle sort et revient au bout de 10 minutes. There, mother, what do you think of me now? Là, mère, comment me trouves-tu maintenant? You are very red yet. Tu es encore bien rouge. Oh, I am no longer warm. Oh, je n'ai plus chaud. I pray, do not run so much in future. Je t'en prie, ne cours plus tant, dorénavant. No, mother, I will not run so any more. Non, mère, je ne courirai plus tant. Do you remember your poor little cousin? Tu te rappelles ton pauvre petit cousin? Yes, I remember George. Oui, je me rappelle George. One day, after he had run to excess, un jour après avoir couru avec excès, he fell sick. Il est tombé malade. Yes, he caught a cold of which he died. Oui, il a attrapé un refroidissement dont il est mort. Be easy, dear mother, I shall not be sick. Sois tranquille, chère maman, je ne serai pas malade. I hope so, but in future play with moderation, I beseech you. Je l'espère, mais à l'avenir, amuse-toi avec modération, je t'en prie. Conversation 13. Lunch. Le goûter. Are you in the habit of taking lunch? Avez-vous l'habitude de goûter? Certainly. Certainement. At what o'clock do you take lunch? À quelle heure goûtez-vous? Sometimes at 11 and sometimes at 12 o'clock. Quelquefois à 11 et quelquefois à midi. What do you eat? Que mangez-vous? Sometimes one thing and sometimes another. Tantôt une chose, tantôt une autre. Do you eat meat? Mangez-vous de la viande? Very seldom. Très rarement. What do you take, then? Que prenez-vous donc? Some bread. Du pain. Nothing but mere bread? Rien que du pain sec? No, some bread and sweetmeats. Non pas. Du pain et des confitures. Do you like fruits? Aimez-vous les fruits? Very much, and especially peaches and pears. Beaucoup, et surtout les pêches et les poires. I suppose you sometimes eat some for your lunch? Je suppose que vous en mangez parfois à votre goûter? Indeed, I ate some nearly the whole summer. En effet, pendant presque tout l'été j'en ai mangé. And yesterday, what did you have? Et hier, qu'avez-vous eu? Some apples. Des pommes. Baked apples or apple sauce? Des pommes cuites ou de la marmalade? Merely raw apples. Des pommes crues, tout simplement. You must not eat too many, that might hurt you. Il ne faut pas trop en manger. Cela pourrait vous faire du mal. I never eat more than one. Je n'en mange jamais plus d'une. You are right. Vous avez raison. I am not a glutton. Je ne suis pas gourmand. So much the better, for gluttony is a very shameful fault. Tant mieux, car la gourmandise est un bien vilain défaut. Conversation 14. Conversation 14. To a scholar. À un élève. Then you are a boarder? Ainsi, vous êtes pensionnaire? Yes, sir, I am a boarder. Oui, monsieur, je suis pensionnaire. How many scholars are there in your school? Combien d'élèves êtes-vous dans votre pension? There is a considerable number. Il y en a un nombre considérable. More than 50? Plus de 50? Certainly, we number 30 boarders already. Certainement, nous sommes déjà 30 pensionnaires. Are there then day scholars also? Il y a donc aussi des externes? Yes, sir, day scholars and partial boarders. Oui, monsieur, des externes et des demi-pensionnaires. At what o'clock do you rise? À quelle heure vous levez-vous? The boarders get up at 6 o'clock. Les pensionnaires se lèvent à 6 heures. How long are you allowed to attend to your dress? Combien de temps vous accorde-t-on pour faire votre toilette? 3/4 of an hour. 3/4 d'heure. What do you do afterwards? Que faites-vous ensuite? We repeat our prayers. Nous récitons nos prières. From 7 to 8 you study, I suppose. De 7 à 8 vous étudiez, je suppose. Yes, sir, then comes breakfast at 8. Oui, monsieur. Puis vient le déjeuner à 8 heures. Have you a recreation after breakfast? Avez-vous récréation après le déjeuner? We have a recreation until 9 o'clock. Nous avons récréation jusqu'à 9 heures. Then do you go in class at 9? Vous entrez donc en classe à 9 heures? Yes, and we remain till 2:30. Oui, et nous y restons jusqu'à 2:30. Do you study without interruption from 9 in the morning till 2:30 in the afternoon? Étudiez-vous sans interruption de 9 heures du matin jusqu'à 2:30 de l'après-midi? We have a quarter of an hour's recreation at noon. Nous avons un quart d'heure de récréation à midi. At what o'clock do you dine? À quelle heure dînez-vous? At 3 o'clock, then we go and take a walk. À 3 heures. Ensuite, nous allons nous promener. Do you work in the evening? Travaillez-vous le soir? Yes, for 2 hours more. Oui, pendant 2 heures encore. Well, I see your day is well employed. Allons, je vois que votre journée est bien remplie. End of Conversations 1 through 14 of Easy Conversations in French by Gustave Chouquet.
Lessons 11 to 15 from Esperanto in 20 Lessons by Caroline Stearns Griffin. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lesson 11. Numerals. Cardinals. The numbers from 1 to 10 are unu, 1, unu, du, 2, du, tri, 3, kvar, 4, kvar, kvin, 5, kvin, ses, 6, ses, sep, 7, sep, ok, 8, ok, nau, 9, nau, dek, 10, dek. 100 is cent, 100, cent. Mil, 1000, mil. The tens and hundreds are formed by adding the proper prefix to the words for 10 or 100. Dek, 10, dek. Dudek, 20, dudek. Tridek, 30, tridek. Kvardek, 40, kvardek. Kvindek, 50, kvindek. Sesdek, 60, sesdek. Sepdek, 70, sepdek. Okdek, 80, okdek. Naudek, 90, naudek. Cent, 100, cent. Ducent, 200, ducent. Kvarcent, 400, kvarcent. Naucent, 900, naucent. Numbers between 10 and 1000 are formed thus: dektri, 13, dektri. Dekses, 16, dekses. Kvardek ok, 48, kvardek ok. Septekvin, 75, septekvin. Oktektu, 82, oktektu. Naucent septekses, 976, naucent septekses. Mil naucent ses, 1906, mil naucent ses. Numerals from 1 to 100. Unu, du, tri, kvar, kvin, ses, sep, ok, nau, dek, dekunu, dekdu, dektri, dekkvar, dekkvin, dekses, deksep, dekok, deknau, dudekunu, dudekdu, dudektri, dudekvar, dudekvin, dudekses, dudeksep, dudekok, dudeknau, tridek, tridekunu, tridekdu, tridektri, tridekvar, tridekvin, tridekses, trideksep, tridekok, trideknau, kvardek, kvardekunu, kvardekdu, kvardektri, kvardekvar, kvardekvin, kvardekses, kvardeksep, kvardekok, kvardeknau, kvindek. Kvindekunu, kvindekdu, kvindektri, kvindekvar, kvindekvin, kvindekses, kvindeksep, kvindekok, kvindeknau. Sestek, sestekunu, sestekdu, sestektri, sestekvar, sestekvin, sestekses, sesteksep, sestekok, sesteknau. Septek, septekunu, septekdu, septektri, septekvar, septekvin, septekses, septeksep, septekok, septeknau. Oktek, oktekunu, oktekdu, oktektri, oktekvar, oktekvin, oktekses, okteksep, oktekok, okteknau, naudek, naudekunu, naŭdek-du, naŭdek-tri, naŭdek-kvar, naŭdek-kvin, naŭdek-ses, naŭdek-sep, naŭdek-ok, naŭdek-naŭ, cent. Ordinals. Ordinals are formed from the corresponding cardinals by adding a. If the ordinal is composed of more than one number, a is added to the last number only. Ordinals follow the rules of adjectives as to number and case. Cardinals undergo no change. Write in Esperanto 14, 27, 36, 4, 278, 305, 16, 6, 748, 862, 1974, 55, 90, 700, 481, 532, 21, 16, 6, 60, 600, 6000, 666, 66, 92, 85, 71, 17, 171, 1711, 161, 293, 477, 683, 34, 43. Write in numerical form dudek unu, dek ses, dek du, sepcent okdek unu, tricent naŭdek kvin, 1900, sepdek tri, tridek naŭ, dek, kvar, okdek du, 5982, sepdek unu, kvincent, sepdek kvin, dek du, dek sep, sepcent dek du. Read the following letter in Esperanto, then translate it into English, comparing your own translation with that given below. Esperanto. Kara sinjoro, mi ankoraŭ ne estas membro de ia klubo, sed mi esperas, ke mi baldaŭ estos tia, ĉar mi jam skribis al pri la afero. Bonvolus sciigi al mi per la gazeto vian opinion pri la grado de kapableco montrata de tiu ĉi letero, ankaŭ ĉu la letero estas komprenebla por alilandulo. Afable pardonu la erarojn de lernanto. Translation. Dear Sir, I am not yet a member of any club, but I hope that I soon shall be one such, for I have written to on the subject. Kindly let me have, through the Gazette, your opinion as to the degree of capability which this letter shows, also whether the letter is understandable to a foreigner. Kindly pardon the mistakes of a learner. Lesson 12. Special Rules. Elision. The letter a of the article la may be elided, as la giardeno de la mastro, the garden of the master, or the master's garden. La giardeno de la mastro. Sometimes the o of nouns in the singular is elided. Elision is never obligatory. Interrogation. Ĉu is the sign of interrogation, as ĉu vi cantas? Do you sing? Ĉu vi cantas? Ĉu is also used in indirect questions, in the sense of whether. Direction. In answers to questions introduced by kie, where, kie, used to express direction, the word or words must be put in the objective case, as kien vi iras? Where do you go? Or where are you going? Mi iras Berlinon. I am going to Berlin. Mi iras Berlinon. Use of the article. The article in Esperanto is never used before proper names, as Novjorko estas granda. New York is large. Novjorko estas granda. The following is a translation into Esperanto of the well-known poem The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. The Esperanto version was made by D.H. Lambert. La korvo, unu foje je noktmezo, dum premate per la pezo, de mondzorgoj mi tralegis, mi rakontojn de roman, dum dormeme mi legadis, jen ekfrapis kaj frapadis, kvazaŭ sur la ĉambra pordo, frapo de amika man. Estas ia visitanto, virino aŭ infan, ĉu terran aŭ ĉielan. Meze de la decembra neĝo, kiam vintro estas reĝo, kaj fajrlum groteskajn ombrojn formas kvazo de fantom, por ellasi la doloron, kiu ŝiris mian koron, sopiradis mi lenoron, la diin de mia dom, kiu loĝas kaj loĝados je eterne en ĉiel, sanktulino kaj anĝel. De teruro kaj de ĝenoj la movad de la silkkurtenoj min plenigis imagaĵoj de senorda fantazii. Tial malgraŭ korbatanta mi restadis ripetanta, pacience attendanta, certe estas tiu ĉi, iu visitanto, kiu, lacigita sur la voj, min atendas nun kun ĝoj. Baldaŭ mi pli kuraĝiĝis, kaj mi jam ne ŝanceliĝis, sinjorino aŭ sinjoro, diris mi, pardonu min, sed dum mia dormetado via dolĉa pordfrapado ŝajnis nura sonĝsonado, kaj mi ne elaŭdis ĝin. Tuj la pordon mi malfermis, grandamplekse kaj senbru, jen mallum, nenio plu. La mallumon esplorante longe staris mi mirante, dubajn revojn imagante, revojn kiujn homa kor antaŭrevis jam nenie, sed mallum profunda tie, kaj silento regis ĉie, krom la son de la nom Lenor. Tiun nomon mi murmuris, kaj la eĥo nur Lenor ripetadis kun fervor. En la ĉambron reirante je spirito tremegante, mi frapadon pli bruigan aŭdis. Certe tio, mi diris, venas de l'extero, lasu do al mi en vero, min de tiu ĉi mistero liberigi, por ke ĝi ĉesu mian korbatadon rapidigi. Mia sent diras estas nur la vent. Mi malfermis la fenestron, kiam malŝatante lestron, jen majesta korven paŝis, ella sankta estintec. Ĝis nia vortsaluta, sed restante ĉiam muta, kun mieno absoluta laŭ la mod de l'antikvec. Metis sin sur la skulptitan buston de la diin palas, portintino de la kiras, kaj de la monstra bird la vido pleniganta minia rido, pro l'impona severec de ĝiaj trajtoj senkompar. Diris mi, vi malbelulo, certe estas ne timulo, kun miende altrangulo, noktvaganto de la mar, sur plutona marbordeo, kia estas nom de vi, plu neniam, kriis ĝi. Mi miregis, ke mallerta birdo estas tiel sperta, kvankam la respondo montris birdajn pensojn en malord. Ĉar dum monda historio ĉu vidiĝis iam io tiel stranga kiel tio, birdo super ĉambra pord? Bird nomita plu neniam birdaŭ besto en la dom, tion vidas kia hom. Sed la korvo, kiu sola sidis, montris sin nevola pli eldiri, kvazaŭ tio estu spiro de l'anim. Plu nenion diri provis, nek eĉ unu plumon movis, ĝis diranta min mi trovis ĝi sendube laŭ kutim, kiel la esperoj miaj morgaŭ flugos for de mi, plu neniam, kriis ĝi. per respondo surprisita justatempe parolita, eble tiun vorton lernis ci de sia possedant, quium daura malfelicio alligita al malricio faris kiel supersticio viro cun malgioia cant, diris mi pri plu neniam lia sola melodie, canto de melancolii. Sed de la nocta bird la vido plengianta minia rido, mi segegon remburitan shovis contra la visitant. Sur la veluron sidigiante, milda penso e cunligante, mi restadis pripensante, cion tiu parolant, profetema monstra volis diri per nenio pli, ol ci tiu rauca cri. Tion restis mi pensante, sed neniom parolante, pro la flamantai birdoculoi teruril al mia cor. Tion mi conjectadante, mian capon cuscicante sur la veluron de la cusenoi helai, pro viol color. Briligita per l'amplumo, quies sur viol color, ne cuscigios plu lenor. Tiam shaine per parfumo ectensigis la lamplumo, dum serafoi parfumilon sfingis tra la atmosfer, cae tintadis sonoriloi de feinoi musiciloi, miserulo incitiloi, mi eccriis al esper, jende via dice estas, estu tial pri lenor, forigita la memor. Ho profeto pri malbono, vi ciu birdo au demono, ciu satano au blovego dell'infer vin sendis for. Sola sed ne timigita sur citiu malbenita desert lando ensorcita diru petis mi cun plor, ciam mi consolon trovos diru nun al mi, plu neniam cris ci. Ho profeto cri malbono, vi ciu birdo au demono, iela cio pova Dio, dem de dia altador, diru al mi cortuscita, ciu en paradis benita sanctulinon mi ravita, ciun la angela hor, cantas iela nom lenoro, circau prenos diru vi, plu neniam cris ci. Estu Dio signal diro mie cris de foriro, iru for al la blovego, la plutona noct marbord. Ne ec unu plum restadu, che gi min memorigadu, ne mensogo includiradu for de mia chambra pord. Prenu vian formon, vian becon for de la cor de mi, plu neniam cris ci. Cae la corvo, ne flirtante, restas ciam sidadante sur la palas busto super port de mia chambr, cae gi havas pro malbono el rigardon de demono, cae sur blancon de la plafono falas gia nigra ombr, cae eligios el la ombro fonto de spirito lor, plu neniam mia cor. Lesson 13. Formation of words. In signifies the feminine gender, as knabo, boy, knabo, knabino, girl, knabino, patro, father, patro, patrino, mother, patrino. An signifies a member or inhabitant, as Americo, America, Americo, Americano, an American, Americano. Villaggio, a village, villaggio. Villagiano, a villager, villagiano. Ei shows the place where anything occurs, as cuiri, to cook, cuiri. Cuireio, kitchen, cuireio. Lerni, to learn, lerni. Lerneio, school, lerneio. Ets indicates an abstract quality, as bella, beautiful, bella. Bellezzo, beauty, bellezzo. Amico, friend, amico. Amicezzo, friendship, amicezzo. Write in English with the aid of the word lists the following: greno, greneio. Dormi, dormeio. Regno, regnano. Arbo, arbeio. Bani, baneio, bona, bonezzo, bovo, bovino, bucci, buceo, burgio, burgezzo, danchi, danchezzo, decidi, decidezzo, dio, diino, domo, domano, cevalo, cevaleio, Europa, europano, fiancio, fiancino, Finlanda, finlandano, heroo, heroino, hundo, hundeio, frato, fratino, justa, justezzo, capro, caprino, casci, casceio, coco, coquino. Proverbs. Ies devo, estas nenies devo. Anybody's duty is nobody's duty. Ies devo, estas nenies devo. Cio havas lokon propran, tial metu cion en gian propran lokon. Everything has a proper place, therefore put everything into its proper place. Cio havas lokon propran, tial metu cion en gian propran lokon. Ciam pripensu antau ol vi parolas. Always consider before you speak. Ciam pripensu antau ol vi parolas. Lesson 14. Formation of words, continued. Mal, prefix to a word, denotes the opposite of the original idea, as bona, good, bona. Malbona, evil, malbona. Estimi, to esteem, estimi. Malestimi, to despise, malestimi. Dis, used as a prefix, denotes separation and dissemination, as doni, to give, doni. Dis doni, to distribute, dis doni. Semi, to sow, semi. Dis semi, to scatter, dissemi. Re is used as a prefix in the sense of the English re, meaning back or again, as doni, to give, doni. Redoni, give back, redoni. Diri, to say, diri. Rediri, to reply, rediri. Ge, used as a prefix, denotes persons of both sexes, as patro, father, patro. Gepatroi, parents, gepatroi. Signoro, Mr., signoro. Gesignoroi, Mr. and Mrs., gesignoroi. Write in Esperanto with the aid of the word lists the following: friend, enemy, appear, disappear, dense, thinly spread, thick, thin, diligent, negligent, sleep, watch, hope, despair, verbs, esteem, despise. Write in English the following: comenzi, recomenzi, producti, reproducti, diri, rediri, aperi, reaperi. Mark Antony's oration from Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. Amicoi, samlanduloi, cae Romanoi, auscultu, mi nur venas, ce la funebro Caesara porce esti, ne lin laudi. Post vivas homoin la malbonai faroi, la bonai ofte cun la corpo mortas. Pri li do tiel estu, nobla bruto, Cesaron pensis esti troglorama, severe gi macul terrura estis, cae terurege li senmaculigis. Nun, cun permesso de la brutanaro, char bruto estas honorinda homo, cae ili ciui estas honorindai, ce la funebro lia mi parolos. Amico li al mi fidela estis. Sed bruto diras, che li tro gloramis, cae bruto estas honorinda homo, li portis Romon multe da captitoi, el pago quies la casegon regnan plenigis, ciu gloramon tio montris? Cun malriciuloi ancao li cunploris, gloramo devus esti pli hardita, sed bruto diras, che li tro gloramis, cae li tre honorinda homo estas. Vi vidas che, je la festo Lupercala, 3 foje mi al li proponis cronon, 3 foje de Cesaro rifusitan. Ciu tio ci glorama al vi ŝajnas? Sed Bruto diras, che li tro gloramis, cae Bruto estas honorinda homo. Ne rebatante kion Bruto diris, mi volas nun sciigi cion, kion mi scias pri Cesaro. Lin vi mem antaue ne sen causo cioi amis, do kial lian morton ne bedauri. Saggezzo, vi flugis en la brutoin, sen prudentigis homoi. Min pardonu, en tiu cerco cuscias mia coro, cae mi, che gi revenu, devas pausi. Translation of Mark Antony's oration. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, it was a grievous fault, and grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honourable man, so are they all honourable men, come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me, but Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honourable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honourable man. You all did see that on the Lupercal I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure he is an honourable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me, my heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me. Lesson 15. Formation of words continued. East denotes a person who follows a certain means of livelihood, as drogo, a drug, drogo, drogisto, a druggist, drogisto, curazzi, to heal, curazzi, curazzisto, a physician, curazzisto. Eble indicates possibility, as credi, to believe, credi, credebla, credible, credebla. Travidi, to see through, travidi, travidebla, transparent, travidebla. Eg indicates increase of degree, as varma, warm, varma, varmega, hot, varmega. Ar indicates a collection of what is spoken of, as arbo, tree, arbo, arbaro, forest, arbaro. Stupo, step, stupo, stuparo, staircase, stuparo. Write in Esperanto with the aid of the above: island, archipelago, tree, forest, noise, tumult, large, enormous, boot, bootmaker, bend, flexible, good, excellent. Part of the 7th chapter of Matthew. Ne juĝu, porque vi ne estu juĝotaj, ĉar je kia juĝo vi juĝas, je tia vi estos juĝataj, kaj je kia mezuro vi mezuras, je tia vi estos mezurataj. Sed kial vi vidas la spliton en la okulo de via frato, kaj ne rimarkas la trabon en via okulo? Kaj kiel vi povas diri al via frato, ekhaltu, mi volas tiri al vi la spliton el via okulo, kaj jen, en via okulo estas trabo. Vi hipokritulo, tiru unue la trabon el via okulo, kaj poste vi povas eltiru la spliton el la okulo de via frato. Vi ne donu la sanktaĵon al la hundoj, kaj ne forĵetu viajn perlojn al la porkoj, porque tiuj ĉi ne dispiedobatu ilin, kaj turnu sin, kaj disŝiru vin. Petu, tiam estos donata al vi. Serĉu, tiam estos trovantaj vi. Frapu, tiam estos malfermata al vi, ĉar kiu petas, tiu ricevas, kaj kiu serĉas, tiu trovas, kaj kiu frapas, al tiu estos malfermata. Kiu estas inter vi homoj, kiu donus al sia filo ŝtonon, se li petas panon de li, aŭ se li petas fiŝon de li, kiu donus al li serpenton? Ĉar do vi, kiuj ja estas malbonaj, povas malgraŭ tio doni al viaj infanoj bonajn donojn, kiom pli multe via Patro en la ĉielo donos ankaŭ bonon al tiuj, kiuj petas lin. Ĉio do, kion vi volas, ke la homoj faru por vi, tion vi faru ankaŭ por ili. Tio estas la leĝo kaj la profetoj. End of lessons 11 to 15 from Esperanto in 20 lessons by Caroline Stearns Griffin. Lessons 21 to 25 from Greek Lessons by W.H. Morris, recorded for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3, read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Greek Lessons by W.H. Morris. Lesson 21. Demonstrative pronoun outos, this, outos. This, masculine nominative outos, masculine accusative touton, masculine genitive toutou, masculine dative touto. This, feminine neuter afti, this, feminine accusative taftin, of this, feminine genitive taftis, to this, feminine dative tafti. Plural. These, masculine nominative outi, these, masculine accusative toutus, these, masculine genitive touton, these, masculine dative toutis, these, feminine nominative plural afte, these, feminine accusative taftas, of these, feminine genitive touton, to these, feminine dative taftes, these, nominative neuter tafta, these, accusative neuter tafta, of these, neuter genitive touton, to these, neuter dative toutis. Dual. Masculine nominative and accusative these two touto, feminine nominative and accusative tafta, masculine genitive dative toutin, feminine these two. Nominative and accusative, tafta. Genitive and dative, taften. Neuter, these two. Nominative, accusative, tuto. Genitive, dative, tutin. Note, utos stands before or after, but not, except with an adjective, between the article and noun, as utos o logos, or o logos utos, this word. 22. Dead, masculine, nekros, feminine, nekra, neuter, nekron. Silver, money, masculine, argyros. Poverty, feminine, penia, neuter, talandon, talent. Gold, masculine, chrysos. Fortune, feminine, tichi. Denarius, penny, neuter, dinarion. Brother, masculine, adelphos. Sister, feminine, adelphi. Singular, ayi, he, she, it brings, leads, drives. Plural, ayusin, they bring, etc. Pembi, he, she, it sends. Plural, pembusin, they send. U monon, not only. U monon, alake, but also. Alake. Utos o anthropos plusios estin, utos deptochos. Topedion tutu nekron estin. Uti illogi pisti isin. O adelphos prostin kalin adelphin dora pembi. Ikaki tihi penian ahi. I plusi pembusi talanda pola tis ptochis tutis. Tafta ta pedia ehi dinarion. Itihi tuton ton dulon kali estin. Umonon argyron ala ke chryson echusi. Tuto men dinarion dosi. Tuto de talandon. Give the derivation of penury, adelphi, chris in chrysanthemum, etc. 23. Remember that eo is contracted into u and ea into e or a, as golden masculine, chrysios, or chrysus. Golden feminine, chryseia, or chrysi. Golden neuter, chrysion, or chrysun. Made of silver, masculine, argyreos, or us. Feminine, argyreia, or a. Neuter, argyreon, or un. Tomb, masculine, taphos. Bowl, bottle, feminine. Fiali, drug, poison, neuter. Pharmakon, stone, masculine, lithos. Ball, globe, feminine, sphera. Furlong, neuter, stadion. Wreath, crown, masculine, stephanos. Head, chapter, feminine, kephali. Measure, neuter, metron. Epi, upon, with accusative, genitive, or dative. Tamen talanda chrysiain, ta de dinaria argyreia. Ifiali argyra estin. Ides vera afti chrysi, os kalos estin os Stephanos chrysus. Pharmakon en ti fiali estin. O angelos echi tas fialas. Itafi uti lithus megalus echusi. To metron tu pediu tutu stadion estin. O adelphos sferan chrysin ti adelphi dosi. Echusin epitas kephalas Stephanus chrysus. Give the derivation of chronometer, thermometer, geometry, meter, sphere, hemisphere, emi, half, spherical, vial, Stephen, pharmacy, epitaph, lithograph, graphie, writing, drawing. 24. Personal pronouns. First person, singular, nominative. Ego, I, εγώ. Accusative, εμέ, με, me, εμέ, με. Genitive, emu, mu, of me, emu, mu. Dative, emi, me, to me, emi, me. Second person singular, nominative, si, thou, si. Accusative, se, thee, se. Genitive, su, of thee, su. Dative, si, to thee, si. Third person reflexive, singular, nominative, wanting. Accusative, himself, Genitive, u, of himself, u. Dative, to himself, Plural, first person plural, nominative, imis, we, imis. Accusative, imas, us, imas. Genitive, imon, of us, imon. Dative, imin, to us, imin. Plural nominative, imis, ye, imis. Accusative, imas, you, imas. Genitive, imon, of you, imon. Dative, imin, to you, imin. Third person plural, nominative, themselves, sphes, sphes. Accusative, svas, svas, neuter, svea. Genitive, svon, of themselves, svon. Dative, sphesi, to themselves, sphesi. Dual, nominative, accusative, no, we, us two, no. Genitive, dative, non, of or to us, non. Dual, nominative, accusative, svo, ye, you too, svo. Genitive, dative, svon, of or to you, svon. Dual, nominative, accusative, svoe, themselves, svoe. Genitive, dative, svoin, of or to themselves, svoin. Decline the following like kalos, but with neuter nominative and accusative in o. Masculine, aftos. Feminine, afti. Neuter, afto. The same, o aftos, masculine. Feminine, I afti. Neuter, to afto. That, masculine, ekinos. Feminine, ekini. Neuter, ekino. Other, another. Masculine, allos. Feminine, ali. Neuter, allo. Accusative, eafton or afton, eaftin, eafto. Himself, herself, itself. Has neither nominative case nor dual number. Plural accusative, allilus, allilas, allila. One another has neither nominative case nor singular number. 25. Each, masculine, ekastos. Feminine, ekasti. Neuter, ekaston. Friendly, dear, loving. Masculine, philos, or philos, the friend. Feminine, phili. Neuter, philon. Hostile, masculine, echthros, or echthros, the enemy. Feminine, echthra. Neuter, echthron. Sun, masculine, ios. God, prison, feminine, philaki. Skull, neuter, cranion. Death, masculine, thanatos. Letter, feminine, epistoli. Cave, neuter, spileon. Crocodile, masculine, crocodilos. Tongue, language, feminine, glossa, or glotta. Singular, graphi, he writes, draws, describes. Plural, graphusin, they write. O eaftu, his own. Εγώ είμαι ο φίλος σου, σύ ή ο γιος μου. Ταυτά σύ γράφει, τον εαυτού γιον πέμπει. Οι φίλοι επιστολάς αλλήλεις γράφουσιν. Ο κροκόδιλος γλώτταν έχει. Έσχατος εχθρός εστιν ο θάνατος. Οι εχθροί ημών en φυλακή εισήν. Εθύρε της φυλακής εκείνης μεγάλε και ισχυρέ ήσιν. Εν το σπηλαίο κρανία ειν πολλά. Τις ημιν αρτούς δώσει, η παινία της πτωχής εχθρά εστι. Τα έργα αυτών κακά ειν. Δώσει εκάστο το έργον αυτού. Give the derivation of philosophy. Philip, Ippos, philology, philanthropy, Philadelphia, Theophilus, epistle, cranium, polyglot, glossary. End of lessons 21 to 25 from Greek Lessons by W.H. Morris. Preface to Arabic Syntax, chiefly selected from the Hidayatun Nuhvi by Henry Brown Beresford. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface. The object of this volume is to furnish the student with such rules of Arabic syntax as have not yet appeared in English. Mr. Locket's translation of the Miyat Amil and Sharhu Miyat Amil, two elementary treatises on Arabic syntax, has been long before the world, and, accompanied as it is throughout with philological and explanatory annotations, contains a body of highly valuable information. But it is avowedly incomplete, and embraces only a particular portion of the Arabic regimen. The purport of this volume is to supply such other requisite rules of Arabic syntax as are not comprised in Mr. Locket's book. The present work was indeed suggested by some remarks contained in the preface to the translation just adverted to, and has been undertaken in the hope that it will be found, in conjunction with Mr. Locket's volume, to furnish a body of Arabic syntax sufficiently comprehensive for all practical purposes. A work of this nature in English has long appeared to me a desideratum, and the various objects of peculiar interest which the study of the Arabic language may be said to present would, naturally enough, seem to enhance the desirableness of some such work as the one here offered to the public. In whatever point of view we regard the Arabic language, whether as the language of a people who in the Middle Ages contributed so materially to the literature and refinement of Europe, or as the language of a religion which numbers upwards of 100 million followers, and at the present day affects greater numbers of mankind than Christianity itself, or whether it be regarded as the medium for communicating sound European knowledge to the whole body of learned Mohammedans of India, and as one of the inexhaustible fountains for enriching some of the Indian vernaculars, so as to render them competent vehicles of the Mohammedan population throughout British India. Under all the above and various other points of view, Arabic may be said to be an object of deep and peculiar interest, and should my humble endeavours to facilitate the study of this interesting language prove not altogether unsuccessful, I shall be more than compensated for my labours. The different heads into which the syntax is divided and subdivided in the original treatise appearing to be clear and intelligible, I have thought it desirable to abide as much as possible by the arrangement laid down therein, so as to make the work correspond in some measure with Mr. Locket's translation. With the original treatise as my guide, I am not without hope that I have succeeded in preserving a happy medium between treating the subject too extensively and minutely on the one hand, or, on the other, too shortly and meagerly, so as to convey no clear and precise information, a desirable mean between the detail of M. de Sacy's elaborate work and the futile brevity of, as Mr. Lockett calls them, those twopenny halfpenny guides to the 8 parts of speech, which every Ditchin Dilworth may deem it his duty to work up into what he calls a new grammatical system, where the matter treated of under certain heads in the original treatise appeared to appertain to the inflection portion of grammar, or had been previously handled by Mr. Lockett. Specific references have been given, in the first case, to Lumsden or de Sacy's grammar, or both, and in the second case, to the particular page, etc., of Mr. Lockett's valuable translation, and to the corresponding matter in the last edition of M. de Sacy's Grammaire Arabe. It would be vain to suppose that no errors should have crept into a work of this nature, but should they be of a more serious kind, or more numerous than I anticipate, I trust that the rapidity with which the work, owing to peculiar circumstances, has been executed and hurried through the press, will in some measure tend to disarm the severity of criticism and entitle me to more indulgence than could otherwise have been justly awarded. End of Preface to Arabic Syntax, chiefly selected from the Hidayatun Nuhvi by Henry Brown Beresford. Introduction from a Handbook of Volapük by Charles E. Sprague, member of the Academy of Volapük, President of the Institute of Accounts. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Volapük is designed to serve as a means of communication between persons whose native languages are not the same. The hope has often been expressed that one of the great national languages may, by common consent, be selected as a universal language, but there is not the slightest probability that this great advantage will be voluntarily given to one nation, or that any one of the great powers can ever impose its language on others. Volapük is one of numerous attempts at solving the problem of a common language. Without entering into a discussion of their merits, it is sufficient to say that no other attempt has ever passed beyond the experimental stage, or been actually used to any considerable extent for the communication of thought. Volapük has now become so widely diffused that it can no longer be treated as a mere project, and some acquaintance with its history and the general principles of its construction will be desired by educated persons. This world language was invented and first published in 1879 by Johann Martin Schleyer, a German and a priest of the Roman Catholic Church, who had become a very accomplished linguist. The system is entirely his production, and has not been modified in any essential point. His aim was, first, to produce a language capable of expressing thought with the greatest clearness and accuracy. Second, to make its acquisition as easy as possible to the greatest number of human beings. He resolved to seek this end by observing the processes of the many languages with which he was acquainted, following them as models wherever they are clear, accurate and simple, but avoiding their faults, obscurities and difficulties. The material and the form, or the dictionary and the grammar, call upon different mental faculties. One's stock of words is retained by exercise of the memory. Therefore, the radicals or root words were generally so chosen by him from existing languages that the greatest number of persons might have the fewest unfamiliar words to memorize. Since English is spoken as a mother tongue by more millions than any other language, he took from it more root words, with or without modification, than from any other, or about 40% of the whole. The selection is limited by such considerations as brevity, distinctness, and ease of utterance, difficult and unusual sounds and combinations being excluded. Thus, in selecting a word for the idea man, the English word is found very suitable, especially as it is substantially the same in all other Teutonic tongues, and it has been adopted but sounded as in German. The word house or Haus for the idea of a dwelling is found objectionable for several reasons. The h is to be avoided because unpronounceable by some nations, and the s is already appropriated for the plural termination. The Teutonic roots being barred out, recourse is had to the Latin, and dom is selected. We are also familiar with this in English, as in domestic. In hand, again, we have the same trouble with h, and also with the two consonants coming together, the plural hands being unpronounceable by certain peoples. The Latin root man will not help us here, because man is already appropriated. Therefore, the transposed form nam is adopted, slightly assisting the memory. As to grammar, the first requisite is regularity, and the second is simplicity. There was before the inventor a choice between the inflectional and the analytical modes, whether to express the relations between words by modifications in form, or by separate words as connectives. He inclined to the former, and his language is rather inflectional than analytical. It has 4 cases: the nominative being the unmodified form, and the genitive, dative, and accusative, designated by vowel endings. In selecting these endings, the inventor has greatly aided the memory by employing the first 3 vowels a, e, in their regular order. In the verb, the distinctions of tense are denoted by the vowel series a, e, i, o, u at the beginning, while the persons are distinguished by affixing the pronouns ob, I, ol, thou, etc. The prefixed p marks the passive voice. The remaining inflectional forms are provided for by simple and regular terminations. For some time after the appearance of Schleier's grammar, his adherents were few, and his project was ignored by the scientific and literary world. It spread first to Austria, where it awakened considerable interest, and where the first society for its propagation was formed at Vienna in 1882. Until 1884, its adherents outside of the German-speaking countries were very few and scattered. In that year it invaded Holland and Belgium, and a great many societies sprang up in those countries. In 1885 Dr. August Kerckhoffs, professor in the School of Higher Commercial Studies at Paris, introduced it to the French nation by several articles, lectures, and treatises. This created a great sensation in France, and a strong national association pour la propagation du Volapük was formed, which numbers such men as Francisque Sarcey, Émile Gautier, and Dr. Haller. Professor Kerckhoffs aroused enthusiasm not only in France, but in other countries where his works were circulated. Spain was the next, followed by Italy and Portugal. During 1885 and 1886, the countries of the north, Sweden, Denmark, and Russia, also received the new language. Thus the extension of Volapük has been geographical, and the English-speaking peoples are the last of the great European races to be affected by it. In each country, as a rule, its popularization has immediately followed the publication of a grammar peculiarly suited to its people. Professor Kerckhoffs, some months ago, estimated the number of persons who have studied Volapük at 210,000. This may be somewhat too high, but the number is certainly very large. In Vienna alone, the classes during the winter of 1886-7 were attended by 2,500 students. 138 societies for its cultivation have been organized in different places. 11 periodicals are now published, devoted primarily to Volapük. At Constance, Breslau, Madrid, Paris, Vienna, Munich, Milan, Puerto Rico, Stockholm, Arbibro, Denmark, and Antwerp, the youngest being 4 months old and the oldest 6 years. Most of these contain articles in the language of the country as well as in Volapük, but 3 of them, one being a humorous paper, are exclusively in Volapük. The bibliography of the subject, as given at length in Le Volapük, No. 10, comprises 96 books in 13 languages. This does not include articles in periodicals, nor Schleier's single-sheet compendiums in various languages, nor works merely announced as forthcoming. 2 general assemblies or congresses of the advocates of Volapük have been held. The first at Friedrichshafen in August 1884, the second at Munich in August 1887. The third is to take place at Paris, probably in August 1889. The Congress of 1887 established a threefold organization: a general association of the supporters of Volapük, Volapüka Club Valamique, an academy of Volapük, Cadem Volapüka, a central organ, Volapüka Bled Zenodique. Schleier's own Weltsprachblatt, published at Constance, was designated as the organ, and its name has been changed accordingly. Each of these organizations has its officers, Schleier remaining at the head of the whole movement. The director of the academy is Professor Kerkhoffs. His colleagues number at present 17, from various nations: Germany, Austro-Hungary, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Holland, England, the United States, Russia, Syria. The Academy is expected to edit the Standard Dictionary and Grammar, to authorize new words, to adopt any necessary changes, and to give their sanction to approved works of instruction. The most obvious application of Volapük is for international correspondence, especially commercial correspondence, which is numerically the most important. It will require no argument to convince the business world that a common language, if easily learned and once established, will be an immense facilitation of commerce. This modest claim is all that is necessary to put forth on behalf of Volapük at present. If firmly established for this purpose, the extension of its usefulness into the fields of science, diplomacy, and literature may safely be left to the future to determine, as well as whether it will ever be used by travellers. It will, in any event, be watched with great interest, and its rise and progress will form a novel and curious chapter of history. In issuing the 5th edition of this work, the author takes occasion to thank the numerous readers who have aided him with their suggestions and have enabled him to make each successive edition more perfect. The present one has been conformed to the latest edition of Schleier's dictionary, the principal changes being in respect to the endings an, el, iel, am, and ot. End of an introduction from a handbook of Volapük by Charles E. Sprague. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater.
Lesson 3 of the new First Spanish book by James H. Warman. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelmon. New First Spanish book by James H. Warman. Tercera lección. Lección tercera. Indicativo presente del verbo tener. Afirmativo singular. Yo tengo, tú tienes, él tiene, ella tiene, usted tiene. Afirmativo plural. Nosotros tenemos, vosotros tenéis, ellos tienen, ellas tienen, ustedes tienen. Interrogativo singular. ¿Tengo yo? ¿Tienes tú? ¿Tiene él? ¿Tiene ella? ¿Tiene usted? Interrogativo plural. ¿Tenemos nosotros? ¿Tenéis vosotros? ¿Tienen ellos? ¿Tienen ellas? ¿Tienen ustedes?
Picture of a teacher sitting at a desk with a book and a pupil standing also with a book.
Aquí están un hombre y un muchacho. El hombre es un maestro o profesor y el muchacho es un discípulo. Los profesores y los discípulos están en la escuela. ¿Qué es escuela? Una escuela es un establecimiento o institución en donde o en la que los discípulos o alumnos reciben instrucción. ¿Es usted una discípula? Sí, señor. Soy una discípula y estoy en una escuela.
Picture of a bench.
¿Está el maestro en un banco o en una silla? Él está en una silla. ¿Está el muchacho sentado en un banco? No, el muchacho está parado o de pie. ¿Está el profesor de pie? No, señor. El profesor está sentado en una silla. ¿Está el banco en la escuela? Sí, el banco y la silla están en la escuela. La silla es para el maestro y el banco es para los muchachos. ¿Qué tiene el maestro? El maestro tiene un libro español. ¿Qué tiene el muchacho? El muchacho tiene otro libro. ¿Qué libro tiene el muchacho? Él tiene un libro francés. ¿Qué objeto está entre el profesor y el discípulo? Un pupitre. ¿Qué es pupitre? Un pupitre es una mesa para escribir. El profesor está sentado detrás del pupitre. ¿Está el muchacho sentado detrás del pupitre? No, el muchacho está en pie delante o enfrente del maestro. ¿Está el muchacho en una clase? Sí, el muchacho es un discípulo. El discípulo está en la clase. ¿Está la clase en la casa? Sí, la clase está en una sala o un cuarto de la escuela. ¿Qué objeto está sobre el pupitre?
Picture of a pen in an inkwell.
Es un tintero. ¿Qué contiene el tintero? El tintero contiene tinta. ¿Qué es tinta? La tinta es un fluido o líquido. ¿Qué objeto está en el tintero del maestro? Una pluma. La pluma está en el líquido o la tinta y la tinta está en el tintero. El tintero está sobre el pupitre. ¿Es el pupitre un mueble de la escuela? Por cierto, es un mueble muy indispensable en las clases, como el escritorio en las bibliotecas. ¿Tiene usted un tintero? Sí, señor. Tengo un tintero y una pluma. ¿Tienen los muchachos en la escuela tinteros y plumas? Sí, ellos tienen tinteros y plumas. ¿Tiene usted tinta en el tintero? Sí, tengo, pero deseo o quiero pluma y papel para escribir. ¿De qué color es la tinta? La tinta es generalmente de color negro. ¿Es usted negro? No, yo soy americano.
Pictures of an African, an American Indian, and a Chinese man.
El negro es africano. Él es de color negro. ¿De qué color es el indio? El indio es de color rojizo. ¿De qué color es el chino? El chino es de color amarillo. El chino, el indio y el africano o negro son tipos de tres razas diferentes. ¿De qué color es usted? Yo soy blanco. Yo soy europeo. Los europeos y los americanos son blancos. ¿De qué raza somos los dos? ¿O usted y yo? Nosotros somos de la raza caucásica. ¿De qué color es Carlos? Él es blanco. ¿De qué color son los muchachos en la escuela? Ambos, o los dos, son blancos y alumnos distinguidos.
Footnotes relating to words and phrases in
Tercera lección.
page 15. Footnotes.
1. Muchacho se pronuncia mu-cha-cho. 2. Los profesores y los discípulos están en la escuela. El plural de los sustantivos terminados en consonante termina en es. Un profesor, dos profesores.
See page 13, note 1.
3. Una escuela es un establecimiento en la que los discípulos reciben instrucción. ¿Qué es aquí un pronombre relativo, diferente de qué, pronombre interrogativo?
See page 8, section 7, paragraph 4b.
4. Los discípulos reciben instrucción. Reciben es la tercera persona plural del presente de indicativo del verbo recibir.
See page 39, lesson 9.
5. ¿Es usted una discípula? El femenino de profesor es profesora y de discípulo es discípula. 6. ¿Está el muchacho sentado en un banco? Sentado es el participio pasivo de sentar. 7. El muchacho está parado. Parado es lo contrario de sentado. De pie o en pie se usa de preferencia.
Page 16, footnotes.
1. El profesor está sentado detrás del pupitre. Detrás es lo contrario de delante o enfrente. 2. El muchacho está en pie delante del maestro. Del es una contracción de la preposición de y del artículo masculino singular el. 3. Es un tintero. Nótese la omisión del pronombre. Es representa el pronombre y el verbo. En español, el verbo se usa generalmente sin el pronombre. 4. ¿Qué contiene el tintero? Contiene es la tercera persona singular del presente de indicativo del verbo contener, que se conjuga como tener.
See page 14. Page 17, footnotes.
1. El indio es de color rojizo. Rojizo, pronúnciese rojizo, es derivado de rojo, sinónimo de colorado, rubio, etc. 2. Son tipos de 3 razas diferentes. Pronúnciese razas. 3. Él es blanco. Los pronombres personales se usan en español solamente por énfasis. End of lección tercera. Recording by Mikkelman.
Lessons 26 to 30 from a practical Arabic course by E. Ni'matullah and E. Chevalet. English text edited by E. G. Finch. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 26th lesson. Past of simple triliteral verbs. Vocabulary. Time. The day. اليوم. اليوم. The day. اليوم. The week. الأسبوع. الأسبوع. The week. الأسبوع. The month. الشهر. الشهر. The month. الشهر. The time. الوقت. الوقت. The time. الوقت. Or الزمن. الزمن. The time. الزمن. Sunday. الأحد. الأحد. Sunday. الأحد. Or يوم الأحد. يوم الأحد. Sunday. يوم الأحد. Monday. الاثنين. الاثنين. Monday. الاثنين. Tuesday. الثلاثاء. الثلاثاء. Tuesday. الثلاثاء. Wednesday. الأربعاء. الأربعاء. Wednesday الأربعاء. Thursday الخميس. الخميس. Thursday الخميس. Friday الجمعة. الجمعة. Friday الجمعة. Saturday السبت. السبت. Saturday السبت. January يناير. يناير. January يناير. February فبراير. فبراير. February فبراير. March مارس. مارس. March مارس. April أبريل. أبريل. April أبريل. May مايو. مايو. May مايو. June يونيو. يونيو. June يونيو. July يوليو. يوليو. July يوليو. August أغسطس. أغسطس. August أغسطس. September سبتمبر. سبتمبر. September سبتمبر. October أكتوبر. أكتوبر. October أكتوبر. November نوفمبر. نوفمبر. November نوفمبر. December December. 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 To arrive. A. قدم. قدم. To arrive. قدم. To return. I. رجع. رجع. To return. رجع. To examine. A. فحص. فحص. To examine. فحص. To do. A. فعل. فعل. To do. فعل. To understand. A. فهم. فهم. To understand. فهم. To suppress. I. حذف. حذف. To suppress. حذف. To learn by heart. To guard. To preserve. A. حفظ. حفظ. To learn by heart. To guard. To preserve. حفظ. Or. أو. M. M is used particularly in interrogative sentences introduced by e. أو. M. Or. أو. M. How. كيف. كيف. How. كيف. I opened. فتحت. فتحت. I opened. فتحت. I did not open. ما فتحت. ما فتحت. I did not open. ما فتحت. Past tense negatively. I did not open. ما فتحت. ما فتحت. I did not open. ما فتحت. Thou didst not open masculine. ما فتحت. ما فتحت. Thou didst not open masculine. ما فتحت. Thou didst not open feminine. ما فتحتي. ما فتحتي. Thou didst not open feminine. ما فتحتي. He did not open. ما فتح. ما فتح. He did not open. ما فتح. She did not open. ما فتحت. ما فتحت. She did not open. ما فتحت. We did not open. ما فتحنا. ما فتحنا. We did not open. ما فتحنا. You did not open masculine. ما فتحتم. ما فتحتم. You did not open masculine. ما فتحتم. You did not open feminine. ما فتحتن. ما فتحتن. You did not open feminine. ما فتحتن. They did not open masculine. ما فتحوا. ما فتحوا. They did not open masculine. ما فتحوا. They did not open feminine. ما فتحنا. ما فتحنا. They did not open feminine. ما فتحنا. Exercise 22. هل دخلوا أو خرجوا؟ أجلست على الديوان أم على الكرسي؟ ما فهم الدرس وما كتب التمرين؟ أقدموا يوم السبت أم يوم الأحد؟ كيف صنعوا الخزانة والمكتب في يوم؟ أما رجعتم يوم الخميس 14 أغسطس? To conjugate the past tense of a verb interrogatively and negatively, the particle أما is placed before it. أما فتحت الدرج? Exercise 23. Have they suppressed masculine a word or a sentence? We did not shut our room. Have you not made singular masculine their writing desk? How did they open masculine the drawer? Have you understood singular feminine your lesson? I have not written the exercise in the school. How did the teacher examine his pupil? Did they not open the door and the window? 27th lesson. Present and future of STV. Vocabulary time continued. Spring. الربيع. الربيع. Spring. الربيع. Summer. الصيف. الصيف. Summer. الصيف. Autumn. الخريف. الخريف. Autumn. الخريف. Winter. الشتاء. الشتاء. Winter. الشتاء. Season. فصل. فصل. Season. فصل. Year. سنة. سنة. Year. سنة. Or عام. عام. Year. عام. Hour. ساعة. ساعة. Hour. ساعة. Minute. دقيقة. دقيقة. Minute. دقيقة. Morning. صباح. صباح. Morning. صباح. Evening. مساء. مساء. Evening. مساء. Night. ليل. ليل. Night. ليل. In the morning. صباحا. صباحا. In the morning. صباحا. In the evening. مساء. مساء. In the evening. مساء. In the night. ليلا. ليلا. In the night. ليلا. Noon. الظهر. الظهر. Noon. الظهر. Today. اليوم. اليوم. Today. اليوم. Yesterday. أمس. أمس. Yesterday. أمس. Or البارح. البارح. Yesterday. البارح. Tomorrow. غدا. غدا. Tomorrow. غدا. Or بكرة. بكرة. Tomorrow. بكرة. The day after tomorrow. بعد غد. بعد غد. The day after tomorrow. بعد غد. Now. الآن. الآن. Now. الآن. The day before yesterday. أول أمس. أول أمس. The day before yesterday. أول أمس. Or أول البارح. أول البارح. The day before yesterday. أول البارح. To enter. O. دخل. دخل. To enter. دخل. To go out. O. خرج. خرج. To go out. خرج. To go, A. ذهب. ذهب. To go, ذهب. To look at, O. نظر إلى. نظر إلى. To look at, نظر إلى. To learn, to know, A. علم. علم. To learn, to know. علم. To know, عرف. عرف. To know, عرف. To come, to be present, O. حضر. حضر. To come, to be present, حضر. From, min. min. From, min. To, towards, till, إلى. إلى. To, towards, till, إلى. He entered, دخل. دخل. He entered, دخل. He enters, يدخل. يدخل. He enters, يدخل. I enter, shall enter, أدخل. أدخل. I enter, shall enter, أدخل. Thou dost enter, masculine. تدخل. أنت. تدخل. أنت. Thou dost enter, masculine. تدخل. أنت. Thou dost enter, feminine. تدخلين. تدخلين. Thou dost enter, feminine. تدخلين. He enters, يدخل. يدخل. He enters, يدخل. She enters, تدخل. هي. تدخل. هي. She enters, تدخل. هي. You enter, jewel. تدخلان. أنتما. تدخلان. أنتما. You enter, jewel. تدخلان. أنتما. We enter, ندخل. ندخل. We enter, ندخل. You enter, plural masculine. تدخلون. تدخلون. You enter, plural masculine. تدخلون. You enter, plural feminine. تدخلن. تدخلن. You enter, plural feminine. تدخلن. They enter, plural masculine. يدخلون. يدخلون. They enter, plural masculine. يدخلون. They enter, plural feminine. يدخلن. يدخلن. They enter, plural feminine. يدخلن. They enter, dual masculine. يدخلان. يدخلان. They enter, dual masculine. يدخلان. They enter, dual feminine. تدخلان. هما. تدخلان. هما. They enter, dual feminine. تدخلان. هما. The present tense is formed from the past by placing before it one of the prefixes alif, ta, nun, ya. The first radical of simple triliteral verbs must always have a sukun over it. The vowel sound over the second radical varies and must be learnt either by practice or from the dictionary. For the verbs contained in this book, the letters A, I, O following these verbs indicate that the second radical of the present or future tense is fatha, kasra, or dhamma, respectively. The vowel sound over the third radical varies according to the particles which may precede the present tense. Exercise 24. ذهب الشتاء وقدم الربيع ويذهب الصيف ويقدم الخريف. اخرجوا يوم السبت وارجعوا في مساء الأحد. خرجنا ليلا أمس وأول أمس. أبعثوا صورتي إلى معلمي غدا أو بعد غد. 28th lesson, present and future of STV. Vocabulary, the bedroom. The bed, السرير. السرير, the bed. السرير. A mattress, فرشة. فرشة, a mattress. فرشة. Or مرتبة. مرتبة, a mattress. مرتبة. A bolster, a pillow. مخدة مخدة. A bolster, a pillow. مخدة. The bedclothes. الملاية الملاية. The bedclothes. الملاية. The quilt. الغطاء الغطاء. The quilt. الغطاء. Or الحرام الحرام. The quilt. الحرام. The mosquito curtain. الناموسية الناموسية. The mosquito curtain. الناموسية. A candlestick. شمعدان شمعدان. A candlestick. شمعدان. Matches. كبريت كبريت. Matches. كبريت. A clock. ساعة ساعة. A clock. ساعة. A portmanteau. شماعة شماعة. A portmanteau. شماعة. The dressing table. المغسل المغسل. The dressing table. المغسل. The water jug. الإبريق الإبريق. The water jug. الإبريق. The basin. الطشت الطشت. The basin. الطشت. A brush. فرشة فرشة. A brush. فرشة. The comb. المشط المشط. The comb. المشط. The razor. الموسى الموسى. The razor. الموسى. Or الموس الموس. The razor. الموس. The scissors. المقص المقص. The scissors. المقص. Soap. صابون صابون. Soap. صابون. The bedroom. أوضة النوم أوضة النوم. The bedroom. أوضة النوم. To wash. I. غسل غسل. To wash. غسل. To tie, to attach. O. ربط ربط. To tie, to attach. ربط. No, to breakfast. O. فطر فطر. To breakfast. فطر. To wipe, to clean. A. مسح مسح. To wipe, to clean. مسح. To shave. I. حلق حلق. To shave. حلق. To be sleepy. A. نعس نعس. To be sleepy. نعس. To count, to calculate. O. حسب حسب. To count, to calculate. حسب. When. متى متى. When. متى. What. ماذا ماذا. What. ماذا. We go. نذهب نذهب. We go. نذهب. Do we go. هل نذهب هل نذهب. Do we go. هل نذهب. Or أنذهب أنذهب. Do we go. أنذهب. Present tense interrogatively. Do I go. أذهب أذهب. Do I go. أذهب. Dost thou go. Masculine. أتذهب أتذهب. Dost thou go. Masculine. أتذهب. Dost thou go. Feminine. أتذهبين أتذهبين. Dost thou go. Feminine. أتذهبين. Does he go. أيذهب أيذهب. Does he go. أيذهب. Does she go. أتذهب أتذهب. Does she go. أتذهب. Do we go. هل نذهب هل نذهب. Do we go. هل نذهب. Do you go. Masculine. هل تذهبون هل تذهبون. Do you go, masculine. هل تذهبون. Do you go, feminine. هل تذهبن. هل تذهبن. Do you go, feminine. هل تذهبن. Do they go, masculine. هل يذهبون. هل يذهبون. Do they go, masculine. هل يذهبون. Do they go, feminine. هل يذهبن. هل يذهبن. Do they go, feminine. هل يذهبن. Exercise 25. أيحضر الناظر أم المعلم. When a word, the last letter of which carries sukoon, is followed by another word beginning with alif, the sukoon is changed to kasra for the sake of euphony. Exceptions, min becomes mina, and the final sukoon of the masculine plural pronoun takes ضمة. أغسل الملاية اليوم. متى يخرجون من الأوضة؟ ماذا يفعل الآن؟ هل غلستم الطشت والإبريق بالصابون؟ متى تفطر؟ ماذا تحسبون؟ متى يحلقون؟ أيعرف ماذا يكتبون ويفهم ماذا يشرحون؟ Exercise 26. Have you a brush and a comb in the drawer? Do you wipe singular masculine the razor and the scissors? How do you attach singular feminine your mosquito curtain? Does he know when they breakfast masculine in the bedroom? What have you learnt from your lesson? The pillow is on the bed. The clock is on the table. When will they go out and when will they return? What have you done? 29th lesson. Present and future of STV. Vocabulary, the family. The father, el-walid. El-walid. The father, el-walid. Or el-eb. El-eb. The father, el-eb. The mother, el-walide. El-walide. The mother, el-walide. Or el-um. El-um. The mother, el-um. The brother, el-shaqiq. El-shaqiq. The brother, el-shaqiq. Or el-ekh. El-ekh. The brother, el-ekh. The sister, el-shaqiqah. El-shaqiqah. The sister, el-shaqiqah. Or el-ukht. El-ukht. The sister, el-ukht. The son, el-ibn. El-ibn. The son, el-ibn. The daughter, el-ibne. El-ibne. The daughter, el-ibne. Or el-bint. El-bint. The daughter, el-bint. The child, el-walid. El-walid. The child, el-walid. The uncle, el-am. El-am. The uncle, el-am. Or el-khal. El-khal. The uncle, el-khal. The aunt, el-amma. El-amma. The aunt, el-amma. Or el-khale. El-khale. The aunt, el-khale. The nephew, ibn al-akh. Ibn al-akh. The nephew, ibn al-akh. Or ibn al-ukht. Ibn al-ukht. The nephew, ibn al-ukht. The niece, bintul akh. Bintul akh. The niece, bintul akh. Or bintul ukht. Bintul ukht. The niece, bintul ukht. The grandfather, el-jadd. El-jadd. The grandfather, el-jadd. The grandmother, el-jaddah. El-jaddah. The grandmother, el-jaddah. A man, rajul. Rajul. A man, rajul. A woman, imra'ah. imra'ah, a woman, imra'ah. A friend, صديق, صديق, a friend, صديق. An enemy, عدو, عدو, enemy, عدو. The family, العائلة, العائلة, the family, العائلة. Peter, بطرس, بطرس, Peter, بطرس. Paul, بولس, بولس, Paul, بولس. John, يوحنا, يوحنا, John, يوحنا. Mary, مريم, مريم, Mary, مريم. The cousin, masculine, ابن العم, ابن العم, or ابن الخال, ابن الخال, or ابن العمة, ابن العمة, or ابن الخالة, ابن الخالة. The cousin feminine, بنت العم, بنت العم, or بنت الخال, بنت الخال, or بنت العمة, بنت العمة, or بنت الخالة, بنت الخالة. To thank, oh, شكر, شكر, to thank, شكر. To be tired, a, تعب, تعب, to be tired, تعب. To strike, to beat, I, ضرب, ضرب, to strike, to beat, ضرب. To serve, I, خدم, خدم, to serve, خدم. To hate, to detest, a, كره, كره, to hate, to detest, كره. Or, o, بغض, بغض, to hate, to detest, بغض. Why, لماذا, لماذا, why, لماذا. Where, أين, أين, where, أين. I strike, أضرب, أضرب, I strike, أضرب. I do not strike, لا أضرب, لا أضرب, I do not strike, لا أضرب. Present tense negatively. I do not strike, لا أضرب, لا أضرب, I do not strike, لا أضرب. Thou dost not strike masculine, لا تضرب, لا تضرب. Thou dost not strike masculine, لا تضرب. Thou dost not strike feminine, لا تضربين, لا تضربين. Thou dost not strike feminine, لا تضربين. He does not strike, لا يضرب, لا يضرب. He does not strike, لا يضرب. She does not strike, لا تضرب, لا تضرب. She does not strike, لا تضرب. We do not strike, لا نضرب, لا نضرب. We do not strike, لا نضرب. You do not strike masculine, لا تضربون, لا تضربون. You do not strike masculine, لا تضربون. You do not strike feminine, لا تضربن, لا تضربن. You do not strike feminine, لا تضربن. They do not strike masculine, لا يضربون, لا يضربون. They do not strike masculine, لا يضربون. They do not strike feminine, لا يضربن, لا يضربن. They do not strike feminine, لا يضربن. Exercise 27. أين والدك ووالدتك؟ والدي في غرفة شقيقي ولا أعرف أين والدتي. لا أفهم لماذا بولس يضرب ابنه وابنته. بطرس يخدم صديقه وعدوه. ألا تعرفين أين ذهبت شقيقتك ومتى ترجع. To conjugate a verb in the present tense interrogatively and negatively at the same time, إلى is placed before it. لماذا يكرهون خالتهم وعائلتها؟ أما تعرفون من أين نقدم؟ ما is also used with the present tense, which then has a present but not a future signification. Exercise 28. He does not hate his enemy. Why do you not thank your teacher? Mary does not strike her child. Do you not know why we came the day before yesterday, and why we shall return tomorrow morning? Where will they go, feminine? I do not know why Peter does not praise me, and does not thank my brother. Has she not been tired yesterday evening? Do you know my family? 30th lesson. Future of simple triliteral verbs. Vocabulary. A street. A street. شارع. شارع. A street. شارع. A lane. حارة. حارة. A lane. حارة. Or زقاق. زقاق. A lane. زقاق. A road. سكة. سكة. A road. سكة. The way. الطريق. الطريق. The way. الطريق. The ground. الأرض. الأرض. The ground. الأرض. A church. كنيسة. كنيسة. A church. كنيسة. A mosque. جامع. جامع. A mosque. جامع. A square. ساحة. ساحة. A square. ساحة. Or ميدان. ميدان. A square. ميدان. A house. بيت. بيت. A house. بيت. Or منزل. منزل. A house. منزل. A garden. بستان. بستان. A garden. بستان. Or جنينة. جنينة. A garden. جنينة. A store. مخزن. مخزن. A store. مخزن. A shop. دكان. دكان. A shop. دكان. A hospital. مستشفى. مستشفى. A hospital. مستشفى. Or إسبيتالية. إسبيتالية. A hospital. إسبيتالية. A dispensary. أجزاخانة. أجزاخانة. A dispensary. أجزاخانة. The market. The bazaar. السوق. السوق. The market. The bazaar. السوق. A carriage. عربة. عربة. A carriage. عربة. Or عربية. عربية. A carriage. عربية. A bicycle. عجلة. عجلة. A bicycle. عجلة. Or دراجة. دراجة. A bicycle. دراجة. A gentleman. خواجة. خواجة. A gentleman. خواجة. A lady. سيدة. سيدة. A lady. سيدة. Or ست. ست. A lady. ست. A bridge. كوبري. كوبري. A bridge. كوبري. A stream. A canal. ترعة. ترعة. A stream. A canal. ترعة. The river. النهر. النهر. The river. النهر. The sea. البحر. البحر. The sea. البحر. The key. الرصيف. الرصيف. The key. الرصيف. To ride, to drive. A. ركب ركب. To ride, to drive. ركب. To flee, to run away. O. هرب هرب. To flee, to run away. هرب. To be drowned. A. غرق غرق. To be drowned. غرق. To steal. I. سرق سرق. To steal. سرق. To overtake, to join. A. لحق لحق. To overtake, to join. لحق. To go away from. O. بعد عن بعد عن. To go away from. بعد عن. To approach, to get near. O. قرب من قرب من. To approach, to get near. قرب من. But. ولكن ولكن. But. ولكن. Between. بين بين. Between. بين. He flees. يهرب يهرب. He flees. يهرب. He will flee. سيهرب سيهرب. He will flee. سيهرب. Or سوف يهرب سوف يهرب. He will flee. سوف يهرب. To denote future time affirmatively, se or سوف is placed before the present tense. Se indicates the near future, and سوف, which is rarely used, expresses a remote future. Future. I shall flee. سأهرب سأهرب. I shall flee. سأهرب. Thou wilt flee, masculine. ستهرب ستهرب. Thou wilt flee, masculine. ستهرب. Thou wilt flee, feminine. ستهربين ستهربين. Thou wilt flee, feminine. ستهربين. He will flee. سيهرب سيهرب. He will flee. سيهرب. She will flee. ستهرب ستهرب. She will flee. ستهرب. We shall flee. سنهرب سنهرب. We shall flee. سنهرب. You will flee, masculine. ستهربون ستهربون. You will flee, masculine. ستهربون. You will flee, feminine. ستهربن ستهربن. You will flee, feminine. ستهربن. They will flee, masculine. سيهربون سيهربون. They will flee, masculine. سيهربون. They will flee, feminine. سيهربن سيهربن. They will flee, feminine. سيهربن. Exercise 29. سأهرب إلى البستان. سأخرج الآن من البيت، ولكن عمي سيخرج في المساء. سيلحق امرأته وابنه في الطريق. أين منزلكم؟ منزلنا في الساحة بين النهر والسكة البستان. سنركب عربة ونذهب إلى الرصيف. سأبعد عنهم ولكن سأقرب منكم. Exercise 30. The lady will overtake her child at the house. Our dispensary is between the hospital and the church. Peter will go to the school, but his cousin will go to the garden. We shall sit between our uncle and our aunt. Is the bridge over the stream or over the river? Do you know why John will go out tomorrow? Yes, but we do not know why he will not come to us. End of lessons 26 to 30 from A Practical Arabic Course by E. Ni'matullah and E. Chevalier. English text edited by E.G. Finch. Preface to a Grammar of the Persian Language by Sir William Jones. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3. read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface. The Persian language is rich, melodious, and elegant. It has been spoken for many ages by the greatest princes in the politest courts of Asia, and a number of admirable works have been written in it by historians, philosophers, and poets, who found it capable of expressing with equal advantage the most beautiful and the most elevated sentiments. It must seem strange, therefore, that the study of this language should be so little cultivated at a time when a taste for general and diffusive learning seems universally to prevail, and that the fine productions of a celebrated nation should remain in manuscript upon the shelves of our public libraries without a single admirer who might open their treasures to his countrymen and display their beauties to the light. But if we consider the subject with a proper attention, we shall discover a variety of causes which have concurred to obstruct the progress of Eastern literature. Some men never heard of the Asiatic writings, and others will not be convinced that there is anything valuable in them. Some pretend to be busy, and others are really idle. Some detest the Persians because they believe in Mohammed, and others despise their language because they do not understand it. We all love to excuse or to conceal our ignorance, and are seldom willing to allow any excellence beyond the limits of our own attainments, like the savages who thought that the sun rose and set for them alone, and could not imagine that the waves which surrounded their island left coral and pearls upon any other shore. Another obvious reason for the neglect of the Persian language is the great scarcity of books, which are necessary to be read before it can be perfectly learned. The greater part of them are preserved in the different museums and libraries of Europe, where they are shown more as objects of curiosity than as sources of information, and are admired like the characters on a Chinese screen, more for their gay colours than for their meaning. Thus, while the excellent writings of Greece and Rome are studied by every man of a liberal education, and diffuse a general refinement through our part of the world, the works of the Persians, a nation equally distinguished in ancient history, are either wholly unknown to us, or considered as entirely destitute of taste and invention. But if this branch of literature has met with so many obstructions from the ignorant, it has certainly been checked in its progress by the learned themselves, most of whom have confined their study to the minute researches of verbal criticism. Like men who discover a precious mine, but instead of searching for the rich ore or for gems, amuse themselves with collecting smooth pebbles and pieces of crystal. Others mistook reading for learning, which ought to be carefully distinguished by every man of sense, and were satisfied with running over a great number of manuscripts in a superficial manner, without condescending to be stopped by their difficulty or to dwell upon their beauty and elegance. The rest have left nothing more behind them than grammars and dictionaries, and though they deserve the praises due to unwearied pains and industry, yet they would, perhaps, have gained a more shining reputation if they had contributed to beautify and enlighten the vast temple of learning, instead of spending their lives in adorning only its porticos and avenues. There is nothing which has tended more to bring polite letters into discredit than the total insensibility of commentators and critics to the beauties of the authors whom they profess to illustrate. Few of them seem to have received the smallest pleasure from the most elegant compositions, unless they found some mistake of a transcriber to be corrected, or some established reading to be changed, some obscure expression to be explained, or some clear passage to be made obscure by their notes. It is a circumstance equally unfortunate that men of the most refined taste and the brightest parts are apt to look upon a close application to the study of languages as inconsistent with their spirit and genius, so that the state of letters seems to be divided into two classes, men of learning who have no taste, and men of taste who have no learning. Monsieur de Voltaire, who excels all writers of his age and country in the elegance of his style and the wonderful variety of his talents, acknowledges the beauty of the Persian images and sentiments, and has versified a fine passage from Sa'di, whom he compares to Petrarch. If that extraordinary man had added a knowledge of the Asiatic languages to his other acquisitions, we should by this time have seen the poems and histories of Persia in an European dress, and any other recommendation of them would have been unnecessary. But there is yet another cause which has operated more strongly than any before mentioned towards preventing the rise of Oriental literature. I mean the small encouragement which the princes and nobles of Europe have given to men of letters. It is an indisputable truth that learning will always flourish most where the amplest rewards are proposed to the industry of the learned, and that the most shining periods in the annals of literature are the reigns of wise and liberal princes who know that fine writers are the oracles of the world, from whose testimony every king, statesman, and hero must expect the censure or approbation of posterity. In the old states of Greece, the highest honors were given to poets, philosophers, and orators, and a single city, as an eminent writer, Ascham, observes, in the memory of one man, produced more numerous and splendid monuments of human genius than most other nations have afforded in a course of ages. The liberality of the Ptolemies in Egypt drew a number of learned men and poets to their court, whose works remain to the present age the models of taste and elegance, and the writers whom Augustus protected brought their compositions to a degree of perfection which the language of mortals cannot surpass. Whilst all the nations of Europe were covered with the deepest shade of ignorance, the caliphs in Asia encouraged the Mohammedans to improve their talents and cultivate the fine arts, and even the Turkish Sultan, who drove the Greeks from Constantinople, was a patron of literary merit, and was himself an elegant poet. The illustrious family of Medici invited to Florence the learned men whom the Turks had driven from their country, and a general light succeeded to the gloom which ignorance and superstition had spread through the Western world. But that light has not continued to shine with equal splendor, and though some slight efforts have been made to restore it, yet it seems to have been gradually decaying for the last century. It grows very faint in Italy, it seems wholly extinguished in France, and whatever sparks of it remain in other countries are confined to the closets of humble and modest men, and are not general enough to have their proper influence. The nobles of our days consider learning as a subordinate acquisition which would not be consistent with the dignity of their fortunes, and should be left to those who toil in a lower sphere of life. But they do not reflect on the many advantages which the study of polite letters would give peculiarly to persons of eminent rank and high employments, who, instead of relieving their fatigues by a series of unmanly pleasures or useless diversions, might spend their leisure in improving their knowledge and in conversing with the great statesmen, orators, and philosophers of antiquity. If learning in general has met with so little encouragement, still less can be expected from that branch of it which lies so far removed from the common path, and which the greater part of mankind have hitherto considered as incapable of yielding either entertainment or instruction. If pains and want be the lot of a scholar, the life of an Orientalist must certainly be attended with peculiar hardships. Gentius, who published a beautiful Persian work called The Bed of Roses, with an useful but inelegant translation, lived obscurely in Holland, and died in misery. Hyde, who might have contributed greatly towards the progress of Eastern learning, formed a number of expensive projects with that view, but had not the support and assistance which they deserved and required. The labours of Meninsky immortalized and ruined him. His Dictionary of the Asiatic Languages is, perhaps, the most laborious compilation that was ever undertaken by any single man, but he complains in his preface that his patrimony was exhausted by the great expense of employing and supporting a number of writers and printers, and of raising a new press for the Oriental characters. Monsieur d'Herballot, indeed, received the most splendid reward of his industry. He was invited to Italy by Ferdinand II, Duke of Tuscany, who entertained him with that striking munificence which always distinguished the race of the Medici. After the death of Ferdinand, the illustrious Colbert recalled him to Paris, where he enjoyed the fruits of his labour, and spent the remainder of his days in an honourable and easy retirement. But this is a rare example. The other princes of Europe have not imitated the Duke of Tuscany, and Christian VII was reserved to be the protector of the Eastern Muses in the present age. Since the literature of Asia was so much neglected, and the causes of that neglect were so various, we could not have expected that any slight power would rouse the nations of Europe from their inattention to it, and they would, perhaps, have persisted in despising it if they had not been animated by the most powerful incentive that can influence the mind of man. Interest was the magic wand which brought them all within one circle. Interest was the charm which gave the languages of the East a real and solid importance. By one of those revolutions which no human prudence could have foreseen, the Persian language found its way into India, that rich and celebrated empire which, by the flourishing state of our commerce, has been the source of incredible wealth to the merchants of Europe. A variety of causes, which need not be mentioned here, gave the English nation a most extensive power in that kingdom. Our India Company began to take under their protection the princes of the country, by whose protection they gained their first settlement. A number of important affairs were to be transacted in peace and war between nations equally jealous of one another, who had not the common instrument of conveying their sentiments. The servants of the company received letters which they could not read, and were ambitious of gaining titles of which they could not comprehend the meaning. It was found highly dangerous to employ the natives as interpreters, upon whose fidelity they could not depend, and it was at last discovered that they must apply themselves to the study of the Persian language, in which all the letters from the Indian princes were written. A few men of parts and taste who resided in Bengal have since amused themselves with the literature of the East, and have spent their leisure in reading the poems and histories of Persia, but they found a reason in every page to regret their ignorance of the Arabic language, without which their knowledge must be very circumscribed and imperfect. The languages of Asia will now, perhaps, be studied with uncommon ardour. They are known to be useful, and will soon be found instructive and entertaining. The valuable manuscripts that enrich our public libraries will be in a few years elegantly printed. The manners and sentiments of the Eastern nations will be perfectly known, and the limits of our knowledge will be no less extended than the bounds of our empire. It was with a view to facilitate the progress of this branch of literature that I reduced to order the following instructions for the Persian language, which I had collected several years ago, but I would not present my grammar to the public till I had considerably enlarged and improved it. I have, therefore, endeavoured to lay down the clearest and most accurate rules, which I have illustrated by select examples from the most elegant writers. I have carefully compared my work with every composition of the same nature that has fallen into my hands, and though on so general a subject I must have made several observations which are common to all, yet I flatter myself that my own remarks, the disposition of the whole book, and the passages quoted in it will sufficiently distinguish it as an original production. Though I am not conscious that there are any essential mistakes or omissions in it, yet I am sensible that it falls very short of perfection, which seems to withdraw itself from the pursuit of mortals in proportion to their endeavours of attaining it, like the talisman in the Arabian tales, which a bird carried from tree to tree as often as its pursuer approached it. But it has been my chief care to avoid all the harsh and affected terms of art which render most didactic works so tedious and unpleasant, and which only perplex the learner without giving him any real knowledge. I have even refrained from making any inquiries into general grammar, or from entering into those subjects which have already been so elegantly discussed by the most judicious philosopher. See Hermes, the most learned divine, A Short Introduction to English Grammar, and the most laborious scholar of the present age, the grammar prefixed to the Dictionary of the English Language. It was my first design to prefix to the grammar a history of the Persian language from the time of Xenophon to our days, and to have added a copious praxis of tales and poems extracted from the classical writers of Persia. But, as those editions would have delayed the publication of the grammar which was principally wanted, I thought it advisable to reserve them for a separate volume, which the public may expect in the course of the ensuing winter. I have made a large collection of materials for a general history of Asia, and for an account of the geography, philosophy, and literature of the Eastern nations, all of which I propose to arrange in order, if my more solid and more important studies will allow me any intervals of leisure. See The History of the Persian Language, A Description of Asia, and A Short History of Persia, published with my Life of Nader Shah in the year 1773. I cannot forbear acknowledging in this place the signal marks of kindness and attention which I have received from many learned and noble persons, but General Carnac has obliged me the most sensibly of them by supplying me with a valuable collection of Persian manuscripts on every branch of Eastern learning, from which many of the best examples in the following grammar are extracted. A very learned professor at Oxford, Dr. Hunt, has promoted my studies with that candour and benevolence which so eminently distinguish him, and many excellent men that are the principal ornaments of that university have conferred the highest favours on me, of which I shall ever retain a grateful sense. But I take a singular pleasure in confessing that I am indebted to a foreign nobleman, Baron Ravisky, for the little knowledge which I have happened to acquire of the Persian language, and that my zeal for the poetry and philosophy of the Asiatics was owing to his conversation and to the agreeable correspondence with which he still honours me. Before I conclude this preface, it will be proper to add a few remarks upon the method of learning the Persian language, and upon the advantages which the learner may expect from it. When the student can read the characters with fluency, and has learned the true pronunciation of every letter from the mouth of a native, let him peruse the grammar with attention, and commit to memory the regular inflections of the nouns and verbs. He need not burden his mind with those that deviate from the common form, as they will be insensibly learned in a short course of reading. By this time he will find a dictionary necessary, and I hope he will believe me when I assert from a long experience that whoever possesses the admirable work of Meninsky (this was written before Richardson's dictionary was published) will have no occasion for any other dictionary of the Persian tongue. He may proceed by the help of this work to analyze the passages quoted in the grammar, and to examine in what manner they illustrate the rules. In the meantime he must not neglect to converse with his living instructor, and to learn from him the phrases of common discourse, and the names of visible objects, which he will soon imprint on his memory, if he will take the trouble to look for them in the dictionary. And here I must caution him against condemning a work as defective, because he cannot find in it every word which he hears, for sounds in general are caught imperfectly by the ear, and many words are spelt and pronounced very differently. The first book that I would recommend to him is the Golestan, or Bed of Roses, a work which is highly esteemed in the East, and of which there are several translations in the languages of Europe. The manuscripts of this book are very common, and by comparing them with the printed edition of Gentius, he would soon learn the beautiful flowing hand used in Persia, which consists of bold strokes and flourishes, and cannot be imitated by our types. It will then be a proper time for him to read some short and easy chapter in this work, and to translate it into his native language with the utmost exactness. Let him then lay aside the original, and after a proper interval let him turn the same chapter back into Persian by the assistance of the grammar and dictionary. Let him afterwards compare his second translation with the original, and correct its faults according to that model. This is the exercise so often recommended by the old rhetoricians, by which a student will gradually acquire the style and manner of any author whom he desires to imitate, and by which almost any language may be learned in 6 months with ease and pleasure. When he can express his sentiments in Persian with tolerable facility, I would advise him to read some elegant history or poem with an intelligent native, who will explain to him in common words the refined expressions that occur in reading, and will point out the beauties of learned allusions and local images. The most excellent book in the language is, in my opinion, the collection of tales and fables called Anver Soheili by Hossein Va'es, surnamed Kashifi, who took the celebrated work of Bidpai or Pilpai for his text, and has comprised all the wisdom of the Eastern nations in 14 beautiful chapters. At some leisure hour he may desire his Munshi or writer to transcribe a section from the Golestan, or a fable of Kashifi, in the common broken hand used in India, which he will learn perfectly in a few days by comparing all its turns and contractions with the more regular hands of the Arabs and Persians. He must not be discouraged by the difficulty of reading the Indian letters, for the characters are in reality the same with those in which our books are printed, and are only rendered difficult by the frequent omission of the diacritical points, and the want of regularity in the position of the words, but we all know that we are often at a loss to read letters which we receive in our native tongue, and it has been proved that a man who has a perfect knowledge of any language may with a proper attention decipher a letter in that idiom, though it be written in characters which he has never seen before, and of which he has no alphabet. In short, I am persuaded that whoever will study the Persian language according to my plan will, in less than a year, be able to translate and to answer any letter from an Indian prince, and to converse with the natives of India not only with fluency, but with elegance. But if he desires to distinguish himself as an eminent translator, and to understand not only the general purport of a composition, but even the graces and ornaments of it, he must necessarily learn the Arabic tongue, which is blended with the Persian in so singular a manner that one period often contains both languages, wholly distinct from each other in expression and idiom, but perfectly united in sense and construction. This must appear strange to an European reader, but he may form some idea of this uncommon mixture when he is told that the two Asiatic languages are not always mixed like the words of Roman and Saxon origin in this period. The true law is right reason, conformable to the nature of things, which calls us to duty by commanding, deters us from sin by forbidding. See Middleton's Life of Cicero, Volume 3, page 351. But as we may suppose the Latin and English to be connected in the following sentence, the true lex is recta ratio, conformable naturae, which by commanding vocit ad officium, by forbidding a fraude deterreat. A knowledge of these two languages will be attended with a variety of advantages to those who acquire it. The Hebrew, Chaldaic, Syriac, and Ethiopian tongues are dialects of the Arabic, and bear as near a resemblance to it as the Ionic to the Attic Greek. The jargon of Indostan, very improperly called the language of the Moors, contains so great a number of Persian words that I was able, with very little difficulty, to read the fables of Pilpay which are translated into that idiom. The Turkish contains 10 Arabic or Persian words for one originally Scythian, by which it has been so refined that the modern kings of Persia were fond of speaking it in their courts. In short, there is scarce a country in Asia or Africa, from the source of the Nile to the wall of China, in which a man who understands Arabic, Persian, and Turkish may not travel with satisfaction or transact the most important affairs with advantage and security. As to the literature of Asia, it will not perhaps be essentially useful to the greater part of mankind, who have neither leisure nor inclination to cultivate so extensive a branch of learning, but the civil and natural history of such mighty empires as India, Persia, Arabia, and Tartary cannot fail of delighting those who love to view the great picture of the universe, or to learn by what degrees the most obscure states have risen to glory, and the most flourishing kingdoms have sunk to decay. The philosopher will consider those works as highly valuable, by which he may trace the human mind in all its various appearances, from the rudest to the most cultivated state. And the man of taste will undoubtedly be pleased to unlock the stores of native genius and to gather the flowers of unrestrained and luxuriant fancy. Note to the third edition. My professional studies having wholly engaged my attention, and induced me not only to abandon Oriental literature, but even to efface, as far as possible, the very traces of it from my memory, I committed the conduct and revisal of this edition of my grammar, and the composition of the index, to Mr. Richardson, in whose skill I have a perfect confidence, and from whose application to the Eastern languages I have hopes that the learned world will reap no small advantage. End of Preface to a Grammar of the Persian Language by Sir William Jones.
Slips of Speech by John H. Bechtel, Chapter 3, read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slips of Speech by John H. Bechtel, Chapter 3. Whatever may be said against employing contractions in dignified discourse, their use in colloquial speech is too firmly established to justify our censure. But in their use, as indeed in the use of all words, proper discrimination must be shown. Just why haven't, hasn't, doesn't, isn't, wasn't are regarded as being in good repute, and ain't, weren't, mightn't, oughtn't are regarded with less favor, and why shalln't, willn't are absolutely excluded, it would be difficult to explain. Use determines the law of language, whether for single words, grammatical forms, or grammatical constructions. Wherever a people, by common consent, employ a particular word to mean a certain thing, that word becomes an inherent part of the language of that people, whether it has any basis in etymology or not. We must not wrest this law to our own convenience, however, by assuming that such words and phrases as are introduced and employed by the illiterate, or even by the educated, within a circumscribed territory, are therefore to be regarded as reputable words. The sanction of all classes, the educated as well as the uneducated, throughout the entire country in which the language is spoken, is necessary and preliminary to the proper introduction of a new word into the language. Ain't. This word is a contraction of am not or are not, and can therefore be used only with the singular pronouns I and you, and with the plural pronouns we, you, and they, and with nouns in the plural. I am not pleased. I ain't pleased. You are not kind. You ain't kind. They are not gentlemen. They ain't gentlemen. These sentences will serve to illustrate the proper use of ain't, if it is ever proper to use such an inelegant word as that. James ain't a good student. Mary ain't a skillful musician, or this orange ain't sweet, are expressions frequently heard, yet those who use them would be shocked to hear the same expressions with the proper equivalent am not or are not substituted for the misleading ain't. The expression ain't is compounded of the verb am or are and the adverb not, and by the contraction the three vocal impulses I am not, or you are not, or they are not, are reduced to two. By compounding the pronoun with the verb and preserving the full adverb, as in I'm not, you're not, they're not, we also reduce the three vocal impulses to two, thus securing as short a contraction in sound, and one that is as fully adapted to colloquial speech, and that is at the same time in much better taste. The old form for ain't was ant, but this has now become obsolete. It will be a blessing to the English-speaking people when the descendant shall sleep with his father. Are not is sometimes contracted into aren't, but this form has not found much favor. Can't and couldn't. As cannot and could not may be used with pronouns of the first, second, or third person in either number, and with nouns in both numbers, no error is likely to follow the use of their contracted forms. Why cannot is properly written as one word, and could not requires two, is not founded upon any principle of philosophy. The concurrent sanction of all classes in all parts of the English-speaking world establishes it as law. Observe that the a in the verb can't is broader in sound than the short a in the noun can't. Don't and didn't. Don't is a contraction of do not. It's in very general use and in good repute. It may be employed wherever the expanded expression do not could be applied, and only there. One swallow don't make a spring is equivalent to saying one swallow do not make a spring, We may say, I don't, you don't, we don't, they don't, the men, or birds, or trees don't, but we must use doesn't with he or she or it, or the man, the grove, the cloud, etc. Unlike the verb do, its past tense form did undergoes no change in conjugation, hence the contraction didn't is also uniform. Haven't, hasn't, and hadn't. The verb have, like the verb do, has a distinct form for the third person singular. The same change affects the contraction I haven't, you haven't, he hasn't. The construction hadn't undergoes no change. Hain't or tain't. Hain't is used indiscriminately for haven't and hasn't. Tain't is used for tisn't. Their use is indicative of an entire lack of culture. Isn't. No one need hesitate to use this word. It is smooth in utterance and contributes much to the freedom and ease of social intercourse. Its equivalent is too stately for colloquial forms of speech, and is often suggestive of pedantry. Compare, isn't he an eloquent speaker, with isn't this a beautiful flower, with is not he an eloquent speaker, is this not a beautiful flower? Wasn't. Although not so elegant as the present tense form isn't, yet the contraction wasn't is in excellent repute. It is properly used only in the first and third persons singular. No one who makes any pretension to culture would be guilty of saying, you was my neighbor, but you wasn't my friend. We was engaged in trade, and they wasn't of any use to us. Say, we were or were not, but never wasn't or want. W-A-N-T. Weren't. The forms aren't and weren't do not have the sanction of the best speakers and writers, and should be used sparingly, if at all. Shouldn't and wouldn't. These are frequently used in speech, but are not so common in writing. Mustn't, mayn't, mightn't, and oughtn't. Mustn't may be used in light conversation, but not in writing. The others should be avoided in speech and writing. I'm, you're, he's, she's, it's, we're, they're. The contractions formed by compounding the pronoun with the verb are very common, and tend to preserve the conversation from becoming stiff and formal. Nouns in the singular are sometimes compounded in like manner, as John's going by the early train, Mary's caught a bird. Not many verbs besides is and has are thus compounded, and the practice should be discouraged. Mayst, mightst. Although mayst, canst, mightst, couldst, wouldst, and shouldst are contracted forms, the apostrophe is not employed to indicate the contraction. Daren't, dursn't. Dare not is sometimes contracted to daren't, and durst not to dursn't, but the practice should not be encouraged. Let's. While verbs are often contracted when compounded with pronouns, as it's, he's, I'm, you're, etc., the pronoun must not be contracted to form a combination with the verb. It may be a poor rule, but it will not work both ways. Let's should, therefore, be let us. End of Slips of Speech, Chapter 3, by John H. Bechtel, read by Mike Harris. Slips of Speech, by John H. Bechtel, Chapter 4, read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4, Possessive Case. Some time ago, a shoe merchant called upon the writer to know how to arrange the points in the wording of a new sign that he was preparing to place over his door. The merchant made a specialty of shoes for men and boys. He presented a paper containing the lines men's, MEN', and boys', BOY's, shoes, and on the second line MENS apostrophe and BOYS apostrophe, shoes. He was politely informed that both were actually incorrect, that the two words form their plurals differently, and that the possessive case is therefore formed in a different manner. The plural of man is men, the plural of boy is boys. The possessive of man is mans, MAN apostrophe S, of men is MEN apostrophe S. The possessive of boy is BOY apostrophe S, of boys is BOYS apostrophe. In the latter case we are obliged to place the apostrophe after the S in order to distinguish the possessive plural from the possessive singular. All nouns that form their plurals by adding S to the singular form their possessive case as the word boy does. The sign should therefore read MEN apostrophe S and BOYS apostrophe, shoes. Singular nouns. All nouns in the singular form their possessive case by adding the apostrophe and the letter S, as in childs, D apostrophe S, girls, womans, birds, brothers, sisters, judges, sailors. When the noun ends in S, SH, CH, CE, SE, or X, the additional S makes another syllable in pronouncing the word, as James's, Charles's, witnesses, duchesses, countesses, rushes, marches, princes, horses, foxes. In poetry, the terminal S is sometimes omitted for the sake of the meter. While writers differ, the tendency in modern usage is toward the additional S in such expressions as Mrs. Hemans's poems, Junius's letters, Knowles's Virginius, Knox's sermons, Brooks's arithmetics, Rogers's essays. That works when you write it, but it doesn't work when you say it. By long-established usage, such expressions as for conscience sake, for righteousness sake, for goodness sake, for Jesus' sake have become idioms. Some authorities justify the omission of the possessive S when the next word begins with S, as in Archimedes' screw, Achilles' sword. Plural nouns. Most nouns form their plurals by adding S or ES to the singular. These plurals form their possessive by adding the apostrophe, as horses, SES apostrophe, countesses, foxes, churches, princes. Nouns whose plurals are formed otherwise than by adding S or ES form their possessive case by adding the apostrophe and S, just as nouns in the singular do, as men's, MEN apostrophe S, women's, children's, seraphims. Pronouns. Sometimes the mistake is made of using the apostrophe with the possessive personal pronouns, as hers, HER apostrophe S, ours, OUR apostrophe S, its, IT apostrophe S. The personal and relative pronouns do not require the apostrophe, but the indefinite pronouns, one and other, form their possessives in the same manner as nouns, as each other's, R apostrophe S, eyes, 100 others, OTHER S apostrophe, woes. Double possessives. John and Mary's, MARY apostrophe S, sled, means one sled belonging jointly to John and Mary. John's and Mary's sleds mean that one sled belongs to John, the other to Mary. Men, women, and children's shoes for sale here. When several possessives connected by and refer to the same noun, the sign of the possessive is applied to the last one only. When a disjunctive word or words are used, the sign must be annexed to each word, as these are Charles's or James's books. Possessive of nouns in apposition. When two nouns are in apposition or constitute a title, the possessive sign is affixed to the last, as for David my servant's sake, give me here John the Baptist's head in a charger. The Prince of Wales's yacht, Frederick the Great's kindness. After of. By a peculiarity of idiom, the possessive sign is used with a noun in the objective, as this is a story of Lincoln's, that is a letter of the President's, a patient of Dr. Butler's, a pupil of Professor Ludlam's. In ordinary prose, the custom of the best writers is to limit the use of the possessive chiefly to persons and personified objects, to time expressions, as an hour's delay, r''s, a moment's thought, and to such idioms as for brevity's sake. Avoid such expressions as America's champion baseball player, Chicago's best 5-cent cigar, Lake Michigan's swiftest steamer, somebody else's, ELSE''. The question whether we should say, "This is somebody's else pencil," or "This is somebody else's pencil," has been warmly argued by the grammarians, the newspapers, and the schools. If some leading journal or magazine were to write "somebody else" as one word, others would, doubtless, follow, and the question of the possessive would settle itself. The word "notwithstanding" is composed of 3 separate words, which are no more closely united in thought than are the 3 words "some," "buddy," and "else." 2 of the latter are already united, and the close mental union of the third with the first and second would justify the innovation. But the words are at present disunited. A majority of the best writers still conform to the old custom of placing the possessive with "else." People are so ridiculous with their illusions, carrying their fool's caps unawares, thinking of their own lies opaque, while everybody else's were transparent. So wrote George Eliot. Some make a distinction by placing the possessive with "else" when the noun follows, and with "somebody" when the noun precedes, as "This is somebody else's pencil," and "This pencil is somebody's else." This distinction is not generally followed. End of Slips of Speech, Chapter 4, by John H. Bechtel, read by Mike Harris. Slips of Speech, by John H. Bechtel, Chapter 5, read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5, Pronouns. The correct use of pronouns, personal and relative, involves a degree of skill which many speakers and writers fail to possess. The choice of the appropriate pronoun, the agreement with its antecedent, the proper case form, are matters which require careful consideration. Case forms. Following am, are, is, was, and other forms of the verb to be, the pronoun must be in the nominative case. Are you the person that called? Yes, I am him. The answer should have been, I am he. I saw a man trespassing on my grounds, and I think you are him. Say, you are he. It's only me. Don't be afraid. It is only I is the correct form. It was him that struck you, not me. Change him to he and me to I. It might have been him that sent you the present. Use he, not him. It is him who you said it was. The sentence should be, it is he who you said it was. That was but a picture of him, and not him himself. Say, and not he himself. After verbs and prepositions. When a pronoun depends upon a verb or a preposition, the pronoun must be in the objective case. Between you and I, that picture is very faulty. The pronouns you and I depend upon the preposition between. The pronoun I should therefore be in the objective case, and the sentence should be between you and me, That picture is very faulty. The president of the meeting appointed you and I upon the committee. As both pronouns are objects of the transitive verb appointed, both should be in the objective case. You have the same form in the objective as in the nominative, is therefore correct, but I should be changed to me. The teacher selected he and I to represent the class. The pronouns are the objects of the verb selected, and should be changed to him and me. The infinitive to represent, like other infinitives, can have no subject, and therefore does not control the case of the pronouns. Interrogatives. When a question is asked, the subject is usually placed after the verb, or between the auxiliary and the verb, as, "Did you go to town? Will he sail today? Has your uncle arrived? Hearest thou thy mother's call?" The object or attribute of the verb, when a pronoun, is often used to introduce the sentence. Who should I see coming toward me but my old friend? Who should be whom, for it is the object and not the subject of the verb should see. Whom do you think that tall gentleman is? Whom should be who, as it is the attribute of the verb is. Who do you take me for? Being the object of the preposition for, who should be whom. After to be. I knew it was him is incorrect, because the word which forms the pronoun attribute of the verb was must be in the nominative case, but the infinitive of the neuter verb requires the objective case. Therefore we must say, I knew it to be him, not I knew it to be he. The latter faulty form is very frequently employed. Who do you suppose it to be? Incorrect. Say, whom did you suppose it to be? Whom did you suppose it was? Is also incorrect. Say, who did you suppose it was? After the imperative. The imperative mood requires the objective case after it. Let you and I try it. It should be, let you and me try it. Let who made thee answer that. From Byron. Byron should have said, let him who made thee answer that. Let him be whom he may. Him is the objective after the imperative let, and is correct. Whom should be who, as pronoun attribute of the verb may be. Who he may be, I cannot tell, is correct. Who he may be, let him be, is also correct. By transposing and by omitting be, we have, let him be who he may. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. When, as in this case, the verb is widely separated from its object, we need to give particular care to the case of the pronoun which constitutes the object. They should be them. Silent predicate. Who will go with us to the woods? Me. The complete answer would be, me will go with you to the woods, the faultiness of which is evident. The answer should be, I. Who will go with us to the woods? I. After then and as. The objective pronoun is often incorrectly used for the nominative after then or as. He can swim better than me. The complete sentence would be, he can swim better than I can swim. The omission of the verb can swim affords no reason for changing I to me. He is no better than me. Say, he is no better than I, meaning I am. They are common people, such as you and me. Such people as you and I are. The pronoun should be I, not me. Parenthetical expressions. When a parenthetical expression comes between a pronoun in the nominative case and its verb, the objective is often incorrectly used instead of the nominative. She sang for the benefit of those whom she thought might be interested. The explanatory parenthesis she thought comes between the pronominal subject and its verb, might be interested. Omit the explanatory clause and the case of the pronoun becomes clear. She sang for the benefit of those who might be interested. Agreement with antecedent. A pronoun must agree with its antecedent in gender, person, and number. The gender and person usually take care of themselves, but the number of pronouns is a serious obstacle to correct speech. One tells the quality of their minds when they try to talk well. George Eliot wrote in Middlemarch. The pronouns their and they should be singular. Everybody has something to say which they think is worthy of being heard. Everybody refers to persons singly and not collectively. They think should be he thinks, he being the proper pronoun to employ when the gender is not indicated. Every nation has laws and customs of their own. The use of the word every necessitates a pronoun in the singular, hence there should be its. Everyone is accountable for their own acts. Use his for his own acts. She studied his countenance like an inscription, and deciphered each rapt expression that crossed it, and stored them in her memory. Changed them to it, stored it in her memory. Each of them in their turn received the reward to which they were entitled. This should be, each of them in his turn received the reward to which he was entitled. No and not, like each and every, when they qualify a plural antecedent, or one consisting of two or more nouns, require a pronoun in the singular. No policeman, no employee, no citizen dared to lift their hand. Say, lift his hand. Or and nor. When the antecedent consists of two or more nouns separated by or, nor, as well as, or any other disjunctive, the pronoun must be singular. Neither spelling nor parsing receive the attention they once received. Verb and pronoun should be singular, receives, and it. Collective noun. When a noun of multitude or collective noun is the antecedent, the pronoun, like the verb, must be plural or singular, according to the sense intended to be conveyed. Ambiguity. Never leave the antecedent of your pronoun in doubt. John tried to see his father in the crowd, but could not because he was so short. If the father was short, repeat the noun and omit the pronoun, as John tried to see his father in the crowd, but could not because his father was so short. If John was short, recast the sentence. John, being short of stature, tried in vain to see his father in the crowd. He said to his friend that if he did not feel better soon, he thought he had better go home. This sentence is susceptible of 4 interpretations. We shall omit the first part of the sentence in the last 3 interpretations, as it is the same in all. He said to his friend, "If I do not feel better soon, I think I had better go home. If I do not feel better soon, I think you had better go home. If you do not feel better soon, I think I had better go home. If you do not feel better soon, I think you had better go home." The lad cannot leave his father, for if he should leave him he would die. To avoid ambiguity, substitute his father for the pronouns that were italicized in the script. The lad cannot leave his father, for should the father leave him, the father would die. The repetition is not pleasant, but it's the lesser of 2 evils. Needless pronouns. Avoid all pronouns and other words that are not essential to the meaning. The father he died, the mother she soon followed after, and the children they were all taken down sick. Let everyone turn from his or her evil ways. Unless there is a special reason for emphasizing the feminine pronoun, avoid the awkward expression his or her. The pronoun his includes the other. Mixed pronouns. Do not use 2 styles of the pronoun in the same sentence. Enter thou into the joy of your Lord. Love thyself last, and others will love you. Them and those. It should not be necessary to caution the reader against the use of them for those. Fetch me them books. Did you see them fat oxen? Them's good. I'll take another dish. which and who. Those which say so are mistaken. Who is applied to persons, which to the lower animals and to inanimate things. He has some friends which I know, whom, the objective case form of the pronoun who should here be used. The dog who was called Rover went mad. Use which. The dog which was called Rover. What and that. That is applied to persons, animals, and things. What is applied to things. The antecedent of what should not be expressed. What is both antecedent and relative. All what he saw he described. Say, what he saw, or all that he saw, etc. Uniform relatives. When several relative clauses relate to the same antecedent, they should have the same relative pronoun. It was Joseph that was sold into Egypt, who became governor of the land, and which saved his father and brothers from famine. Change that and which to who. Choice of relatives. Since who and what are both applied to persons, and which and that are both applied to animals and things, it often becomes a serious question which relative we shall employ. Much has been written upon the subject, but the critics still differ in theory and in practice. The following is probably as simple a statement of the general rule as can be found. If the relative clause is of such a nature that it could be introduced by and he, and she, and it, and they, etc., the relative who for persons, and which for animals or things, should be used in preference to the relative that. Man that is born of woman is of few days and full of trouble. The language of the Bible and of Shakespeare must stand, although the forms of expression differ greatly from those employed at the present day. According to modern standards, that should be who. The earth is enveloped by an ocean of air that's a compound of oxygen and nitrogen. Change that to which. The relative that should be used in preference to who, or which, when the antecedent names both persons and things, when it would prevent ambiguity. The relative that should be used in preference to who, or which, 1. When the antecedent names both persons and things. 2. When it would prevent ambiguity. 3. After the words same, very, and all. 4. After the interrogative pronoun who. And 5. After adjectives expressing quality in the highest degree, i.e., the wisest men who ever lived made mistakes. Use that. See number 5. He lived near a stagnant pool, which was a nuisance. Use that. See number 2. All who knew him loved him. Say that. See number 3. Who saw him did not pity him. See 4. He spake of the men and things which he had seen. See number 1. These are my pupils which I have brought to see you. Use whom, as which is not applied to persons. These are my pupils whom I have brought to see you. This is the window whose panes were broken by the rude boys. Use the panes of which because of its convenience, perhaps. The faulty whose is very largely used, as the eagle whose wings, the house whose gables, the ocean whose waves, the vessel whose sails, the play whose chief merit, music whose chief attraction, etc. Which and who after and. Which and who cannot follow, and unless there has been a preceding which or who in the same sentence and in the same construction. The more important rules, definitions, and observations, and which are therefore the most proper to be committed to memory, are printed with a large type. That's in Murray's Grammar. In Moore's Bad English the sentence is corrected thus: the rules, definitions, and observations which are the more important, and which are therefore the most proper to be committed to memory, are printed in larger type. Adverbs for relative pronouns. Adverbs are often employed where a preposition with a relative pronoun would better express the sense. There is no method known how his safety may be assured. Use by which instead of how. He wrote me a letter where he repeated his instructions. Letter in which he repeated, etc. And curse the country where their fathers dwelt, in which their fathers dwelt. This is a case where large interests are involved. The preposition and relative will better express the meaning, as this is a case in which large interests are involved. Misplaced relative. The relative should be so placed as to prevent ambiguity, and as near as possible to its antecedent. Mr. Smith needs a surgeon who has broken his arm. Say, Mr. Smith who has broken his arm. The figs were in small wooden boxes, which we ate. The figs which we ate, etc. He needs no boots that cannot walk. He that cannot walk, etc. Omitted relatives. The relative pronoun is often omitted when it should be expressed. The next falsehood he told was the worst of all. Say instead, the next falsehood that he told. It is little we know of the divine perfections. Say, little that we know. Almost all the irregularities in the construction of any language have arisen from the ellipsis of some words which were originally inserted in the sentence and made it regular. Murray's grammar. The sentence should end with and which made it regular. The one and the other. When the one and the other refer to things previously mentioned, the one applies to the first mentioned, and the other to the last mentioned. Homer was a genius, Virgil an artist. In the one we most admire the man, in the other the work. End of Slips of Speech, Chapter 5, by John H. Bechtel, read by Mike Harris. Slips of Speech, by John H. Bechtel, Chapter 6, read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6, Number. Many persons of moderate education regard nouns that do not end with s or es as singular. Even the gifted pen of Addison once slipped so far as to betray him into using the word seraphim in the singular. Cherubim and seraphim. The word cherub and seraph are singular. Cherub, as applied to a little child, takes the English plural cherubs. As applied to an order of angels, it takes the Hebrew plural cherubim. The singular seraph has an English plural seraphs, as well as the Hebrew plural seraphs. The double plurals cherubims and seraphims, although found in the King James Version of the Bible, are regarded as faulty in modern writing and should be avoided. News. Although plural in form, the word news is singular in meaning. The news from Europe this morning is quite interesting. Acoustics. Names of sciences ending in ICS are generally regarded as singular. Acoustics is a very considerable branch of physics. Do not say, the acoustics of this hall are good, but the acoustic properties of this hall are good. Dialectics, dynamics, economics, mathematics, ethics, politics, tactics, when used as substantives, require a verb in the singular. Analysis. Many words like analysis, crisis, ellipsis, emphasis, hypothesis, oasis, parenthesis, synopsis, form their plurals by changing the termination is into es, as analyses, crises, etc. The word iris takes the English plural irises. Latin plural is irides. Chrysalis has only the Latin plural chrysalides, but chrysalid, which means the same as chrysalis, takes the English plural chrysalids. Terminus. Terminus, radius, alumnus, and some other words ending in us form their plurals by changing the termination us into I, as termini, radii, etc. Many words ending in us that formerly were written with only the Latin plural are now given an English plural also, as focuses, foci, cactuses, cacti, sarcophaguses, sarcophagi, convolvuluses, convolvuli, funguses, fungi, nucleuses, nuclei. Isthmus, prospectus, rebus take only the English plural. Apparatus has no plural. Avoid apparatuses. The plural of genius, as applied to a man of unusual vigor of mind, is geniuses. When applied to a good or bad spirit, the plural is genii. Formula. Formulas, larvas, stigmas are regular English plurals. Formulae, larvae, and stigmata are the classical plurals. Nebulae and alumni are the proper plurals, the latter being the feminine noun corresponding to the masculine plural alumni. Datum and phenomenon. Datum, erratum, candelabrum, and memorandum form their plurals by changing to a, as data, errata, etc. The last two also take the English plurals, memorandums, candelabrums. The plural of phenomenon and criterion are phenomena, criteria, although criterions is sometimes employed. The plural forms, data, strata, and phenomena, are so much more frequently used than their singular forms, datum, stratum, and phenomenon, that some writers have slipped into the habit of using the plurals with a singular meaning, as the aurora borealis is a very strange phenomena. Our data is insufficient to establish a theory. The strata is broken and irregular. Mussulmans. While most words ending in man become plural by changing this termination to men, as gentleman, nobleman, clergyman, statesman, the following simply add s: dragomans, Mussulmans, Ottomans, talismans. A dozen dragomans offered their services as guides and interpreters. A band of Mussulmans cut off our retreat. Those fierce Ottomans proved to be very revengeful. He purchased 5 finely upholstered Ottomans for his drawing room. Heroes, cantos. Most nouns ending in o add es to form the plural, as heroes, negroes, potatoes, stuccos, manifestos, mosquitoes. Words ending in io or yo add s, as folios, nuncios, oleos, ratios, embryos. The following words, being less frequently used, often puzzle us to know whether to add s or es to form the plural: armadillos, cantos, cuckoos, halos, juntos, octavos, provisos, salvos, solos, twos, twos, tyros, virtuosos. Alms and odds and riches. Many nouns that end in s have a plural appearance, and we're often perplexed to know whether to use this or these, and whether to employ a singular or a plural verb when the noun is used as a substantive. Amends is singular. Assets, dregs, eaves, bees, pincers, riches, scissors, shears, tongs, vitals are plural. When we say a pair of pincers, or a pair of scissors, or shears, or tongs, the verb should be singular. Tidings, in Shakespeare's time, was used indiscriminately with a singular or plural verb, but is now generally regarded as plural. Alms and headquarters are usually made plural, but are occasionally found with a singular verb. Pains is usually singular. Means, odds, and species are singular or plural according to the meaning. By this means he accomplished his purpose. What other means is left to us? Your means are very slender, and your waist is great. Proper names. These are usually pluralized by adding s, as the Stuarts, the Caesars, the Beechers, the Brownings. Titles with proper names. Shall we say the Miss Browns, the Mrs. Brown, or the Mrs. Browns? Great diversity of opinion prevails. Gould Brown says, the name and not the title is varied to form the plural. as the Miss Howards, the two Mr. Clarks. Alexander Bain, LL.D., says, "We may say the Mrs. Brown, or the Miss Browns, or even the Mrs. Browns." The chief objection to the last two forms is found when the proper name ends with s, as when we say the Miss Brookses, the Miss Joneses, the Miss Pottses, the Miss Blisses. The form the Mrs. Brooks is objecting to by some on the ground that it sounds affected. On the whole, the rule given by Gould Brown is the best, and is quite generally observed. Knight Templar. Both words are made plural. Knights Templars, a very unusual way of forming the plural. Plural compounds. The plural sign of a compound word is affixed to the principal part of the word, to the part that conveys the predominant idea, as fathers-in-law, manservants, outpourings, ingatherings. In such words as handfuls, cupfuls, mouthfuls, the plural ending is added to the subordinate part, because the ideas are so closely associated as to blend into one another. Beaux, Beaus, and Beaux. Some words ending in eau have only the English plurals, as bureaus, portmanteaus. Others take both the English and the French plurals, as beaux, eaus, and beaux. Flambeaux, flambeau with an x, plateaus, plateaus with an x, and still others take only the foreign plural, as in bateaux, chateau, tableau. Pair and couple and brace. After numerals, the singular form of such words as these is generally employed as 5 pair of gloves, 8 couple of dancers, 3 brace of pigeons, 5 dozen of eggs, 80 years, 20 sail of ships, 50 head of cattle, 600 of these men, 2,000 of these cattle, etc. After such indefinite adjectives as few, many, several, some of the above words take the plural form, as several hundreds, many thousands. Index and appendix. Indices of books, indices if applied to mathematical signs in algebra, appendixes or appendices. Fish and fly. The plural of fishes, fishes when considered individually, and fish when considered collectively. My 3 pet fishes feed out of my hand. 6 barrels of fish were landed from the schooner. Most words ending in y change this termination into ies, as duties, cities, etc. The plural of fly, the insect, is formed in the usual manner, but fly, a light carriage, adds s, as 6 flies carried the guests to their homes. Animalcule. The plural of this word is animalcules. There is no plural animalculi. The plural of the Latin animalculum is animalculi. Bandit. This word has 2 plural forms, bandits and banditti. Brother. Plural brothers when referring to members of the same family, brethren when applied to members of the same church or society. Die. Plural is dies. When the stamp with which seals are impressed is meant, dice, the cubes used in playing backgammon. Herring. The plural is herrings, but shad, trout, bass, pike, pickerel, grayling have no plural form. I caught 3 bass and 7 fine pickerel this morning. Grouse. The names of game birds, as grouse, quail, snipe, woodcock, usually take no plural form. Pea. Considered individually, the plural is peas. When referring to the crop, the proper form is peas, Pease. Penny. He gave me 12 bright new pennies, referring to the individual coins. I paid him 12 pence, meaning a shilling. Wharf. Plural, generally wharves in America, wharfs in England. End of Slips of Speech, Chapter 6, by John H. Bechtel, read by Mike Harris.
Slips of Speech, Chapter 7, by John H. Bechtel. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Chapter 3. Adverbs. The clearness of the sentence is often dependent upon the proper placing of the adverb. No absolute rule can be laid down, but it should generally be placed before the word it qualifies. It is sometimes necessary to place it after the verb, and occasionally between the auxiliary and the verb, but it should never come between to and the infinitive. I have thought of marrying often. As the adverb relates to the thinking and not to the marrying, the sentence should read, I have often thought of marrying. We have often occasion to speak of health. This should be, we often have occasion, etc. It remains then undecided whether we shall go to Newport or Saratoga. Place undecided before then. Adjective or adverb. There is often a doubt in the mind of the speaker whether to use the adjective or the adverb, and too frequently he reaches a wrong decision. When the limiting word expresses a quality or state of the subject or of the object of a verb, the adjective must be employed. But if the manner of the action is to be expressed, the adverb must be used. The verbs be, seem, look, taste, smell, and feel furnish many stumbling blocks. This rose smells sweetly. As the property or quality of the rose is here referred to, and not the manner of smelling, the adjective sweet should be employed, and not the adverb sweetly. Thomas feels quite badly about it. Here, again, it is the condition of Thomas's mind, and not the manner of feeling, that is to be expressed. Hence badly should be bad or uncomfortable. Didn't she look beautifully upon the occasion of her wedding? No, she looked beautiful. The sun shines brightly. Bright is the better word. The child looks cold refers to the condition of the child. The lady looked coldly upon her suitor refers to the manner of looking. The boy feels warm is correct. The boy feels warmly the rebuke of his teacher is equally correct. While license is granted to the poets to use the adjective for the adverb, as in the line, they fall successive and successive rise, in prose the one must never be substituted for the other. Agreeably to my promise, I now write, not agreeable to my promise. An awful solemn funeral should be an awfully solemn funeral. He acts bolder than was expected should be he acts more boldly. Helen was awful sick, but she is now considerable better. Helen has been very ill, but she is now considerably better. Do not use coarser for more coarsely, finer for more finely, harsher for more harshly, conformable for conformably, decided for decidedly, distinct for distinctly, fearful for fearfully, fluent for fluently. Do not say, this melon is uncommon good, but this melon is uncommonly good. The word ill is both an adjective and an adverb. Do not say he can illy afford to live in such a house, but he can ill afford. That was a dreadful solemn sermon. To say that was a dreadfully solemn sermon would more grammatically express what the speaker intended, but very or exceedingly would better express the meaning. Such, so. Such is often improperly used for the adverb so. In such a mild and healthful climate. This should be, in so mild and healthful a climate. With all due reference to such a high authority on such a very important matter. Change to, with all due deference to so high an authority on so very important a matter. Good, well. Many intelligent persons carelessly use the adjective good in the sense of the adverb well, as I feel good to day. Did you sleep good last night? Does this coat look good enough to wear on the street? I can do it as good as he can. The frequent indulgence in such errors dulls the sense of taste and weakens the power of discrimination. very much of. She is very much of a lady. Say, she is very ladylike. He is very much of a gentleman. Say, he is very gentlemanly. Quite. The adverb is often incorrectly used in the sense of very or rather. It should be employed only in the sense of wholly or entirely. These sentences are therefore incorrect. He was wounded quite severely. James was quite tired of doing nothing. How. This word is sometimes used when another would be more appropriate. He said how he would quit farming. Use that. Ye see how that not many wise men are called. We must read the Bible how we find it, but in modern English the sentence would be corrected by omitting how. Be careful how you offend him. If the manner of offending is the thought to be expressed, the sentence is correct, but the true meaning is doubtless better expressed by be careful lest you offend him. No, not. I cannot tell whether he will come or no. Whether he be a sinner or no, I know not. In such cases, not should be used instead of no. This much. This much can be said in his favor. Change this much to so much or thus much. That far. The expressions this far and that far, although they are very common, are, nevertheless, incorrect. Thus far or so far should be used instead. Over, more than. There were not over 30 persons present. Over is incorrect. Above has some sanction, but more than is the best, and should be used. Real good. This is one of those good-natured expressions that insinuate themselves into the speech of even cultured people. Very good is just as short and much more correct. Really good scarcely conveys the thought intended. So nice. This basket of flowers is so nice. So nice does not tell how nice, so requires a correlative to complete its meaning. Use very nice or very pretty. Pell-mell. He rushes pell-mell down the street. One bird cannot flock by itself, nor can one man rush pell-mell. It will require at least several men to produce the intermixing and confusion which the word is intended to convey. End of Slips of Speech, Chapter 7, by John H. Bechtel. Recording by Ashley Jane. Slips of Speech, Chapter 8, by John H. Bechtel. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Chapter 8. Conjunctions. As a general rule, sentences should not begin with conjunctions. And, or, and nor are often needlessly employed to introduce a sentence. The disjunctive but may sometimes be used to advantage in this position, and in animated and easy speech or writing the coordinate conjunction and may be serviceable. But these and all other conjunctions, when made to introduce sentences, should be used sparingly. Reason, because. The reason I ask you to tell the story is because you can do it better than I. Because means for the reason. This makes the sentence equivalent to the reason I ask you to tell the story is for the reason that you can do it better than I. Use that instead of because. Because William studied law is no reason why his brother should not do so. The following is better. That William studied law is no reason why his brother should not do so. Only, except, but. The house was as convenient as his, only that it was a trifle smaller. Use except for only. The field was as large as his, only the soil was less fertile. Use but for only. But except. Being the eldest of the brothers, but Philip, who was an invalid, he assumed charge of his father's estate. Except is better than but. But what? But that. Think no man so perfect but what he may err. Say, but that he may err. I could not think but what he was insane. Use but that. But if. I should not wonder but the assembly would adjourn today. Use if instead of but. But that. I have no doubt but he will serve you well. Say that he will serve you well. That. I wish to show you by your own writings that so far were you from being competent to teach others English composition that you had need yourself to study its first principles. Moondean's English. The second that is superfluous. This fault is very common with writers who use long sentences. The intervention of details between the first that and the clause which is intended to introduce causes the writer to forget that he has used the introductory word, and prompts him to repeat it unconsciously. But. There is no doubt but that he is the greatest painter of the age. The word but is superfluous. He never doubted but that he was the best fisherman on the coast. Omit but. That. He told me he would write as soon as he reached London. Say, he told me that he would write, etc. Than. The Romans loved war better than the Greeks. Such ambiguous forms should be avoided. As it is not probable that the speaker intended to say that the Romans loved war better than they loved the Greeks, he should have framed his sentence thus: The Romans loved war better than the Greeks did. But that. He suffered no inconvenience but that arising from the dust. But that, or except that, is correct. Some persons improperly use than that after no. I don't know but that I shall go to Europe. Omit that. I don't know but I shall go, etc. Other than. We suffered no other inconvenience but that arising from the dust. This is incorrect. After other we should use than. Therefore, we suffered no inconvenience than that arising from the dust. After else, other, rather, and all comparatives, the latter term of comparison should be introduced by the conjunction than. Either the. Passengers are requested not to converse with either conductor or driver. This is one of those business notices that are often more concise than correct. It implies that there are two conductors and two drivers. The sentence should read, Passengers are requested not to converse with either the conductor or the driver. Lest that. I feared lest I should be left behind. Use the copulative that and not the disjunctive lest. I feared that I should be left behind. Otherwise than. He cannot do otherwise but follow your direction. Use than, not but, after otherwise. Hence, he cannot do otherwise than follow, etc. After that. After that I have attended to the business, I will call upon you. The word that is superfluous. But what? His parents will never believe but what he was enticed away by his uncle. Omit what. The use of but, that, would be equally objectionable. But is sufficient. A reconstruction of the sentence would improve it. His parents will always believe, or will never cease to believe that, etc. Doubt not but. I doubt not but your friend will return. Say, I doubt not that your friend will return. Not impossible, but. It is not impossible, but he may call today. Use that instead of but. Whether. Ginevra has not decided whether she will study history or whether she will study philosophy. As there is nothing gained in clearness or in emphasis by the repetition of whether she will, this shorter sentence would be better. Ginevra has not decided whether she will study history or philosophy. As though. He spoke as though he had a customer for his house. Say, as if he had a purchaser, etc. Except. I will not let thee go except thou bless me. This use of the word except occurs frequently in the Scriptures, but is now regarded as obsolete. The word unless should be used instead. Few speakers except Burke could have held their attention. In this sentence, besides should take the place of except. End of Slips of Speech, Chapter 8, by John H. Bechtel. Recording by Ashley Jane.
Part 1 of New Latin Grammar, Sounds, Accent, Quantity, etc. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. The Latin alphabet is the same as the English, except that the Latin has no W. Number 1. K occurs only in Calendar and a few other words. Y and Z were introduced from the Greek about 50 BC and occur only in foreign words, chiefly Greek. Number 2. With the Romans, who regularly employed only capitals, I served both as vowel and consonant, so also V. For us, however, it is more convenient to distinguish the vowel and consonant sounds, and to write I and U for the former, J and V for the latter. Yet some scholars prefer to employ I and U in the function of consonants as well as vowels. Classification of sounds. 2. 1. The vowels are A, E, I, O, U, Y. The other letters are consonants. The diphthongs are A, E, O, E, E, I, A, U, E, U, U, I. 2. Consonants are further subdivided into mutes, liquids, nasals, and spirants. 3. The mutes are P, T, C, K, Q, B, D, G, PH, TH, CH. Of these, A, P, T, C, K, Q are voiceless, i.e. sounded without voice or vibration of the vocal cords. B, D, G are voiced, i.e. sounded with vibration of the vocal cords. C, PH, TH, and CH are aspirates. These are confined almost exclusively to words derived from the Greek, and were equivalent to P plus H, T plus H, C plus H, i.e. to the corresponding voiceless mutes, with the following breath as in English: loophole, hothouse, blockhouse. 4. The mutes admit of classification also as labials, dentals or linguals, gutturals or palatals, labials, P, B, PH, dentals or linguals, T, D, TH, ergutuals or palatals, C, K, Q, G, CH. The liquids are I, R. These sounds were voiced. 6. The nasals are M, N. These were voiced. Besides its ordinary sound, N, when followed by a glottal mute, also had another sound, that of NG in sting. The so-called N adulterinum as anceps, double pronounced anceps. 7. The spirants, sometimes called fricatives, are F, S, H. These were voiceless. 8. The semivowels are J and V. These were voiced. 9. Double consonants are X and Z. Of these, X was equivalent to CS, while the equivalence of Z is uncertain. 10. The following table will indicate the relations of the consonant sounds. Voiceless, P, T, C, K, Q, mutes. Voiceless, P, T, CKQ. Voiced BDG. Aspirates PHTHCH. Labials, dentals, gutturals. Liquids voiced LR. Nasals voiced MN. Voiceless F. Spirants voiced SH. Voiced JV. Guttural, labile, dental. Semivowels voiced JV. A. The double consonants X and Z, being compound sounds, do not admit of classification in the above table. End of the alphabet and classification of sounds.
Abdul Baha on the Value of a Universal Language by Abdul Baha Abbas. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Abdul Baha on the Value of a Universal Language. From Abdul Baha on Divine Philosophy. His Excellency Abdul Baha addressed the Paris Esperanto Group on February 12, 1913, at a banquet which was accorded him at the Hôtel Moderne in that city. Monsieur Bourlet, President of the Paris Esperanto Society, in introducing Abdul Baha, said that one of the principles of the great world religion which he was promulgating was the establishment of a universal language. There was a deep silence as Abdul Baha arose. His remarks were punctuated by cheers as he walked up and down the banquet hall, stopping to emphasize with frequent gesture. He spoke in Persian, Monsieur Hippolyte Dreyfus of Paris interpreting into French. Here and there one noted that the French translation was undergoing still further interpretation by Esperantists for the benefit of neighbors who did not understand French but knew Esperanto. The occasion itself offering a noteworthy argument for the imminent need of a universal tongue. Abdul Baha said, "Human undertakings are divided into two kinds, universal and personal. Those efforts which create general interest are universal, their results are likewise universal, for humanity has become interdependent. The international laws of today are of vast importance, for as international politics brings nations nearer to one another, and thus promote a bond of oneness which acts as a magnet to attract the divine confirmations, the results and benefits are limitless. Therefore, let us say that every universal cause is divine, and every personal matter is human or limited. The universal light for this planet is from the sun, and the special electric ray which tonight illumines this banquet hall appears through the invention of man. In like manner, the activities which are trying to establish solidarity between the nations and infuse the spirit of universalism in the hearts of the children of men are like unto divine rays from the sun of reality, and the brightest ray is the coming of the universal language. Its achievement is the greatest virtue of the age, for such an instrument will remove misunderstandings from amongst the peoples of the earth, and will cement their hearts together. This medium will enable each individual member of the human family to be informed of the scientific accomplishments of all. The basis of knowledge and the excellencies of endeavour in this world are to teach and to be taught. To acquire sciences and to teach them in turn depends upon language, and when the international auxiliary tongue becomes universal, it is easily conceivable that the acquirement of knowledge and instruction will likewise become universal. No doubt you are aware that in the past ages a common language shared by various nations created a spirit of solidarity amongst them. For instance, 1300 years ago there were many divergent nationalities in the Orient. There were Copts in Egypt, Syrians in Syria, Assyrians and Babylonians in Baghdad and along the rivers of Mesopotamia. There existed among these peoples rank hatred, but as they were gradually brought nearer through common protection and common interests, the Arabic language grew to be the means of intercommunication, and they became as one nation. They all speak Arabic to this day. In Syria, if you ask any one of them, he will say, "I am an Arab," though he be a Greek, an Egyptian, Syrian, or Jew. We say, "This man is a German, the other an Italian, a Frenchman, an Englishman, etc." All belong to the great human family, yet language is the barrier between them. The greatest working basis for bringing about unity and harmony amongst the nations is the teaching of a universal tongue. Writing on this subject 50 years ago, His Holiness Baha'u'llah declared that complete union between the various nations of the world would remain an unrealized dream until an international language was established. Misunderstandings keep people from mutual association, and these misunderstandings will not be dispelled except through the medium of a common ground of communication. Every intelligent man will bear testimony to this. The people of the Orient are not fully informed of the events in the West, and the West cannot put itself into sympathetic touch with the East. Their thoughts are enclosed in a casket. The universal language will be the master key to open it. Western books will be translated into that language, and the East will become informed of the contents. Likewise, Eastern law will become the property of the West. Thus also will those misunderstandings which exist between the different religions be dispersed. Religious prejudices play havoc among the peoples and bring about warfare and strife, and it is impossible to remove them without a common medium. I am an Oriental, and on this account I am shut out from your thoughts, and you likewise from mine. A mutual language will become the mightiest means toward universal progress, for it will cement the East and the West. It will make the world one home, and become the divine impulse for human advancement. It will upraise the standard of oneness of the world of humanity, and make the earth a universal commonwealth. It will create love between the children of men, and good fellowship between the various creeds. Praise be to God that Dr. Zamenhof has constructed the Esperanto language. It has all the potential qualities of universal adoption. All of us must be grateful and thankful to him for his noble effort, for in this matter he has served his fellow man well. He has done a service which will bestow divine benefits on all peoples. With untiring effort and self-sacrifice on the part of its devotees, it holds a promise of universal acceptance. Therefore, every one of us must study this language and make every effort to spread it, so that each day it may receive a wider recognition, be accepted by all nations and governments of the world, and become a part of the curriculum of all the public schools. I hope that the business of the future international conferences and congresses will be carried on in Esperanto. In the coming ages, 2 languages will be taught in the schools, one the native tongue, the other an international language. Consider today how difficult is human communication. One may study 50 languages and travel through a country and still be at a loss. I myself speak several Oriental languages, but know no Western tongue. Had this universal language pervaded the globe, I should have studied it, and you would have been directly informed of my thoughts, and I of yours, and a special friendship would have been established between us. Please send some teachers to Persia so that they may teach Esperanto to the younger generation. I have written asking some of them to come here to study it. May it be promulgated rapidly, then the world of humanity will find eternal peace, all the nations will associate with one another like mothers and sisters, fathers and brothers, and each individual member of the community will be fully informed of the thoughts of all. I am extremely grateful to you, and thank you for these lofty efforts, for you have gathered at this banquet in a selfless endeavour to further this great end. Your hope is to render a mighty service to the world of humanity, and for this exalted aim I congratulate you from the depths of my heart. Is our power exhausted by our first creation? Baha'u'llah in the Iqan. End of Abdul Baha on the value of a universal language, from Abdul Baha on Divine Philosophy, chapter 14. Preface and Introduction from an Attempt towards an International Language by Dr. Esperanto, Warsaw, Russia, translated by Henry Phillips, Jr., a secretary of the American Philosophical Society. New York, Henry Holt & Company, 1889. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Quote, "The plan of Dr. Zamenhof, under the nom de plume of Dr. Esperanto, is especially to be recommended in this respect: the formation of the vocabulary, and may be offered as an excellent example of sound judgment. It is remarkable and pleasant to see how easy it is to acquire." End quote. Proceedings of the American Philosophical Society, Volume 25, page 3. Preface by the translator. At the request of the author, I have prepared the following translation of his modest project for an international language, which, in my opinion, goes further towards the solution of the problem than any of the other so-called universal languages as yet offered for public acceptance. I consider it to be the most simple, most natural, and most easy of acquirement of all as yet presented, being based upon modern European tongues. Its vocabulary is mainly already in the possession of every person of any pretensions to education. Its extreme simplicity of grammar, and the ease with which new words can be created, must especially recommend it to every class of readers. The time seems ripe for a combined effort towards the achievement of so glorious an ideal, and, We, as beings of intelligent consciousness, should employ our faculties to direct the course of events. Henry Phillips, Jr., Philadelphia, September 17th, 1888. Note: whilst not agreeing with the author in some of his views respecting grammatical formations, yet I have issued this work to show how easily a project of an international language could be made effective. Part 1. It is likely that the eyes of the reader will light upon this pamphlet not without a certain amount of distrust, supposing at first blush that it treats of an utopia utterly impossible of realization. For this reason I would ask him, for the moment, to set aside any such preconceived idea, and to consider carefully, seriously, and without prejudice the matter of which I intend to treat in the present work. I need not dilate upon the immense importance for humanity of the existence of an international language, one that could be adopted by all nations and be the common property of the whole world, without belonging in any way to any existing nationality. It is pitiful to consider the amount of time and labor continually given to the study of foreign languages, and yet, for all our pains, how often does it happen that when we have crossed the boundaries of our fatherland we can neither understand those among whom we are thrown, nor make them comprehend what we desire to communicate? How much time, trouble, and money are wasted in the translation of the literary work of a nation, and yet how small a portion of its literature has ever been so reproduced or will be, even more or less unfaithfully. But if there were in existence an international language, all translations could be made into it, and even works written therein, which would possess ipso facto an international character. The impassable wall that separates literatures and peoples would at once crumble into the dust, and all that was written by another nation would be as acceptable as if in our own mother tongue. Reading would prove common to all, and with it would advance education, ideals, convictions, tendencies. The whole world would be as one family. Obliged to economize our leisure in order to pursue perforce the study of several languages, we are not in position to dedicate a sufficient amount of it to any one tongue, so that while on the one side it is rare to know perfectly even one's native language, so on the other no speech can be brought to perfection as it should be. This is the reason why we are so often obliged to appropriate from foreign sources words and phrases. If we do not, we run the risk of expressing ourselves inexactly, and even of thinking incorrectly. The relative poverty of each and every language must be taken into account, from which are often missing the richness and volume desired to be employed in one or another manner. The surest means of remedying this defect seems to me to be simply the possession of only two languages, which would allow an easy mastery, and at the same time each tongue could progress towards the highest perfectioning and development. For speech has been the chief factor and motor in civilization. By it men have been elevated above the level of the brute. The more a language is perfect, the more accessible is a nation to progress. Indeed, The difference of languages is one of the most fruitful sources of the dissensions and differences among nations. For, of all things that impress a stranger in a foreign land, the language is at once the first and the greatest mark of distinction between him and them. Not being able to understand or be understood, we naturally shun the contact of aliens. When we meet, instead of being able to draw instruction from the mutual interchange and comparison of opinions on political and social questions, matured after a long succession of ancestors in their modern homes, as soon as we open our mouths, the first sound we utter shows that we are strangers, the one to the other. Any person who has had the fortune to reside in a town in which he meets citizens of nations often hostile to each other can easily understand and appreciate the enormous service that can be rendered by an international language, one that, without entering at all into the inner life of these peoples, could at least be made serviceable for usual everyday affairs in a land inhabited by diverse nationalities, where the official language differs from that of the race over which it bears sway. It seems useless for me to dilate on the vast importance an international language would bear towards commerce and science. He who has pondered carefully upon this question, were it but for once in his whole life, must of necessity avow that there could be no sacrifice too great to make if we by so doing could acquire an universal language. So, for these reasons, every essay, every attempt in this direction deserves, feeble though it be, our most serious attention. The question I now submit to the public is the result of a labor ripened by long years of thought, and in view of the very importance of the subject, I trust that the reader will read my pamphlet attentively to the end. I have no intention of analyzing all the attempts hitherto made towards the creation of an universal language, but shall content myself with calling the reader's attention to the fact that all these authors have striven to create a system of signs wherewith briefly to communicate thought in case of necessity, or have limited themselves to a natural simplification of grammar, or to exchanging words that now exist in living languages by others made up for the occasion, or taken by chance. The attempts of the first kind were so complicated and so little practicable that they were stillborn. Those of the second class present some resemblance to a language, but possess no features that could give them the right to be called international. Indeed, they seem to have received this name from their inventors from the simple reason that upon the whole habitable globe there exists no spot where even one person dwells with whom communication could be had by means of any of these tongues. All these attempts are based upon the pleasure that their appearance is likely to cause to the world, and upon the unanimous sanction upon which they unhesitatingly rely. But this unanimous sanction is the most difficult of all things to acquire when we take into consideration the utter indifference of the world at large towards these productions of the pen, attempts that do not carry with them any return of profit, immediate and palpable, and which reckon solely upon one's good will to waste one's time for the benefit of the public. The vast majority of people do not bother about such things, and those who do take any interest do not think it worth their while to learn a language which no one understands except its inventor. As soon as the whole world, or perhaps some millions of people, take it in hand to learn, why then I'll do the same. For this reason, appealing to so limited a class, the language finds no adherents and dies at the hour of its birth. If, notwithstanding these difficulties, a language, say for example like Volapük, has obtained a certain number of adherents, it is only because the notion of a universal language is so attractive and so elevating that it finds always enthusiasts who, not considering the probability of success, are willing to sacrifice their time in order to contribute towards the realization of so lofty an ideal. But the number of such students must be always limited, for the world, cold and indifferent, will not give up its leisure solely to be understood by a mere handful of people. And this last attempt, like all that have gone before it, is destined to disappear after a time, leaving no fruits behind. For many years have I pondered over the question of an international language, but not believing myself to be more capable nor more energetic than my predecessors, whose works have borne no results. For a long time I contented myself with making the matter a subject for my constant reflections. But some happy thoughts, the result of my meditations, encouraged me to continue my labors, and incited me to try if I could not systematically surmount all the obstacles in the road of creating and putting into use a rational universal tongue. I believe I have succeeded to a greater or less degree, and I now offer to the kindly judgment of my readers this the fruit of my persevering labor. The principal problems necessary to be solved are the following: 1. The language must be extremely easy, so that it can be learned without any difficulty. 2. Everyone who learns this language must be able to put himself in condition to be understood by people of different nations, whether the language receive an universal approbation or not. That is to say, that this language must be able to serve at the first onset as a veritable intermediary for international relations. 3. Means must be found to overcome the indifference of the bulk of mankind, and to cause the masses to make use of the language offered as a living tongue, and not solely to be used with the aid of a dictionary. Of all the projects offered to the public at different epochs, and often under the sonorous title of an universal language, which they in no way deserved, there has not as yet been a single one that undertook to grapple with more than one of these enunciated propositions, nor even in that case has the success been more than partial. Beyond these problems of which I have spoken, there are others in plenty whose resolution is desirable, but not considering them at present as essential, I shall not enter into their discussion. Before I show the manner in which I have dealt with these questions, I must ask the reader to consider their importance, and not judge hastily of my method, for the sole reason that perhaps to him it appears to be too simple. I say this because I know that the tendency of mankind is to undervalue things that seem simple and easy, and to set store on those whose acquirement has been to them difficult and laborious. Such persons, on seeing so small a work, of such extreme simplicity, on so great a subject, easily comprehended by the whole world, may be inclined to pass it over with contempt or indifference. Yet here has lain the greatest difficulty in the undertaking, the attaining of this very simplicity and conciseness, and the transformation of things from the very complicated forms in which they took their origin into others more simple and more easily comprehensible. To do this, great difficulties have been surmounted. End of Preface and Part 1 Introduction from an Attempt towards an International Language by Dr. Esperanto. Translated by Henry Phillips, Jr. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater.